Chapter 975. When Duan Lingtian looked at the black-clad young man with killing intent flashing in his eyes, the black-clad young man looked at him with the same cold, killing intent, as though he was about to devour him. Greed could be seen in the black-clad young man's eyes that were filled with killing intent. It seems like he's also heard about the news of me obtaining the profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian, who was observant, happened to see the greed in the depth of the black-clad young man's eyes. His heart jolted, as he vaguely guessed something. At the same time, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and instantly probed the black-clad young man's cultivation base. After probing the black-clad young man's cultivation base, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. I can't believe I met the three of you here again. You were lucky last time, so I spared your lives. This time, since all of you are with Duan Lingtian, then all of you shall die together. The black-clad young man's cold gaze paused on Duan Lingtian for a moment before it landed on Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Xiaoyong. His tone was cold. As soon as the words left his mouth, the black-clad young man lifted his leg. The origin energy on his leg skyrocketed before it merged with the earth concept and transformed into a vast khaki energy that slammed hard on the ground. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air, and the entire cavern seemed to be shaking. A ferocious crack bloomed under the black-clad young man's feet before it split into 4 cracks that led to Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Xiaoyong. The speed at which the cracks spread was as fast as lightning. It was terrifying. Horror dawned on Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Xiaoyong. At this moment, they could clearly feel that the black-clad young man's attack today was much more powerful than the last time he attacked them. He held back last time. The same thought appeared in the minds of the three of them at the same time. At this moment, 3 ferocious cracks that contained terrifying energy had already appeared in front of them. It was too late for them to block or escape. At this moment, they felt despair from the bottom of their hearts. Are we going to die? At this moment, a hint of sadness could be seen in their eyes. Boom, 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 boom. At this critical moment, 4 loud noises exploded and were clearly transmitted into their ears, causing them to feel as if they had been jolted awake from a dream. In the next moment, they saw it clearly. The 3 ferocious cracks that contained extremely terrifying power that were spreading towards them were suppressed by an even more powerful force just inches away from them. It wasn't just the cracks that were spreading toward them. Even the cracks that were spreading toward Duan Lingtian were being suppressed. The person who made the move was naturally Duan Lingtian. At some unknown time, Duan Lingtian was standing in the air. His purple robes fluttered without wind, making him look elegant and graceful. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the black-clothed youth with a calm expression. It was as if he wasn't the one who had attacked just now. The black-clothed young man stood there while the heaven and earth energy above him roiled and condensed into 800 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes that wriggled down. 3rd level void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian had detected the cultivation of the black-clothed young man when he had extended his mental strength. 3rd level advance earth concept. Now that the black-clothed young man had made his move, he could see the level of the earth concept that the black-clothed young man had comprehended. The strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. This is before he uses the earth energy to resonate with the earth concept and borrow the earth energy. Once he borrows the earth energy, he'll be able to unleash the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons even without the help of a spirit weapon. Although Duan Lingtian's eyes remained calm, he could not help but feel shocked in his heart. Once the 3rd level advanced earth concept was unleashed, it would be equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. If he borrowed the earth energy, he would be able to increase his strength by half, which was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Coupled with his 4th level void transformation stage origin energy that was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons, the black-clothed young man would be able to unleash the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons without the help of a spirit weapon. The The black-clothed young man's originally cold and calm expression could not help but change slightly when Duan Lingtian had made his move to suppress the 4 waves of his energy. His opponent's attack was as fast as lightning. He did not even mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon before he was able to suppress his energy. His opponent's energy was even more powerful than the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons that he had unleashed earlier. Although his opponent was like him and did not use a spirit weapon, he was not afraid at all. He did not have the slightest fear. This was because he did not utilize the earth energy when he attacked earlier. Once he utilized the earth energy, his earth concept would gain an additional strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. He believed that at that time, the purple-clad young man before him would not be a match for him at all. He would definitely be trampled under his feet. No wonder you were able to obtain a profundity fragment. I've underestimated you. When the black-clothed young man looked at Duan Lingtian again, his expression had regained its calmness. However, there was a hint of seriousness in the depth of his eyes. He truly regarded Duan Lingtian as his opponent. Duan Lingtian's strength. When Huang Daniu saw the silhouettes of 800 ancient horned dragons that appeared above the black-clothed young man's head, his eyes narrowed uncontrollably. When he regained his senses, his gaze immediately landed on the purple figure standing in the air. At this moment, just the purple figure alone had become extremely tall in Huang Daniu's eyes. The strength of 800 ancient horned dragons was suppressed by Duan Lingtian with just a wave of his hand. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not use a spirit weapon. Huang Daniu only felt that his heartbeat was terrifyingly fast. He could not accept the shocking fact for a long time. Although he did not know Duan Lingtian very well, he knew that Duan Lingtian was a person who was capable of defeating Duan Lingtian. However, the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed in front of him in the past and the strength that he displayed now made him feel like he was a completely different person. How did Duan Lingtian become so powerful in such a short period of time? Duan Lingtian said that he obtained a spirit fruit earlier. Could it be that the spirit fruit helped him to make a breakthrough? At the same time, Huang Daniu could not help but guess. Su Li and Zhang Shouyang's eyes landed on Duan Lingtian at the same time. Their eyes were filled with a complicated luster. Compared to Duan Lingtian, they knew Duan Lingtian much earlier. They had practically watched him grow step by step. At this moment, the gap between them and Duan Lingtian was getting wider and wider. Such a gap made them feel suffocated. However, although you're quite strong, you'll still have to die today. Not only you, but your 3 friends will also have to die. The black-clothed young man's eyes turned cold. The khaki energy on his body trembled violently and formed a special connection with the entire cave. A few moments later, the khaki energy on his body began to boil. At the same time, another 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above his head and landed in front of Huang Daniu and the other 2. The 3 of them were horrified. He displayed the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons earlier. Did he not use the earth energy? Huang Daniu's eyes narrowed. With the help of the earth energy, his strength is equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Moreover, he didn't use any spirit weapon. How powerful would he be if he uses his spirit weapon? Su Li and Zhang Shouyang's eyes narrowed to the extreme. Their heartbeats suddenly accelerated, and they could not calm down for a long time. A hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of their mouths, without them noticing. No wonder when he saw his strength being suppressed by Duan Lingtian, not only did he not run away, but he also did not show any signs of fear. As it turns out, he didn't use the earth energy earlier. Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang could not help but feel despair in their hearts. Although the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed earlier was very strong, they did not think that Duan Lingtian could defeat the black-clothed young man who could display the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons without using any spirit weapon. Suddenly, a gigantic hammer appeared in the black-clothed young man's hand. The moment the gigantic hammer appeared, it was surrounded by the khaki energy and emitted a domineering aura. Whoosh! For a moment, The heaven and earth energy above the black-clothed young man's had stirred again. Soon after, over 350 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The black-clothed young man's cultivation base was at the third-level void transformation stage. When he fully unleashed his origin energy, it was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. The gigantic hammer added another 350 silhouettes of ancient horned dragon's strength to the black-clothed young man on top of the 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragon's strength. It was obvious what grade it was. A boost of 88%. Grade 1 Spirit Weapon. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He immediately saw through the grade of the gigantic hammer in the black-clothed young man's hand. It was a Grade 1 Spirit Weapon. The black-clothed young man stood there with the gigantic hammer in his hand. The vast khaki energy that filled his body turned into a whirlpool with the gigantic hammer in his hand as the center. The whirlpool swayed and set off a series of faint air explosions. When the vast power spread out and reached the ground of the cavern, the ground began to crack. Dense cracks spread out, forming a huge spider web. Not only that, gusts of strong wind swept out in all directions with the black-clothed young man as the center. In just a blink of an eye, it spread throughout the entire cavern, causing Duan Lingtian and the other three's robes to flutter loudly. "All of you leave first." Duan Lingtian did not turn his head. He stared at the black-clothed young man calmly and said slowly. Naturally, his words were not directed at the black-clothed young man. When Huang Daniu and the other two heard this, they looked at each other and sighed one after another before they left the cavern. They stood at the entrance of the cavern and looked at the confrontation between Duan Lingtian and the black-clothed young man from afar. They knew that in the face of such a powerful black-clothed young man, not only would they not be able to help Duan Lingtian if they stayed, they might even become a burden. You're a North Nether Sex disciple?" Duan Lingtian stood in the air as he faced the black-clothed young man with more than 1,350 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head. His face remained calm as he asked nonchalantly. He had heard about it from Huang Daniu earlier. This black-clothed young man did not even bat an eyelid when he killed the disciples from Anika sect and Izumo sect. Chapter 976. There's no need for a dead person to know my identity. The black-clad young man who held the giant hammer in his hand like a peerless god of war spoke slowly with a voice as cold as ice. His black clothes fluttered loudly in the wind. "That's right. Why should I know the identity of a dead person?" Upon hearing the black-clad young man's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he laughed. His laughter was extremely brilliant. Duan Lingtian's laughter caused Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong to look at each other. Duan Lingtian can still laugh at this time. Could it be that he's confident in defeating that black-clad young man? Su Li's eyes narrowed as he muttered softly. That black-clad young man can exert the strength of 1,350 ancient horned dragons when he uses a spirit weapon. If Duan Lingtian can defeat him, then Duan Lingtian's strength. When Huang Daniu reached the end of his sentence, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. "I've known Brother Lingtian for many years, and I know his character very well. Since he can laugh at this time, it's obvious that he's confident in defeating or even killing that black-clad young man." Zhang Shouyong muttered as he stared at the purple figure standing in the air in the distance with a burning gaze. Upon hearing Zhang Shouyong's words, Huang Daniu and Su Li's hearts that were hanging in the air finally relaxed. Both of their eyes were filled with anticipation as they waited for Duan Lingtian to make his move. "You're courting death." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing the brilliant smile on Duan Lingtian's face, the black-clad young man could no longer hold himself back. After he shouted loudly, his entire person disappeared from the spot. Whoosh! The giant hammer in the black-clad young man's hand pierced through the air. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he charged toward Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. Wherever he passed, the airflow in the air would surge, and a series of thunderous air explosions would be heard. As the sound of air exploding rang out, The invisible air wave trembled, pressuring the airflow in the air to set off a vast gale that swept out in all directions, causing the entire cave to be filled with dust. Moreover, it was filled with waves of ear-piercing wind-whistling sounds. The gigantic hammer in the black-clad young man's hand contained the strength of over 1,350 ancient horned dragons. It was as though it had transformed into a meteorite that fell at lightning speed as it ruthlessly smashed onto Duan Lingtian's head. What a powerful force! Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the giant hammer fall, and the airflow in the air was dispersed by it. His expression became slightly dignified. Facing the giant hammer that was smashing towards him with the black-clothed youth, a sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand out of thin air. It was a sword that emitted a fierce aura. As the milky white yuan power rose from Duan Lingtian's body, it turned into an earthen yellow energy and surged into the sword. Bolts of lightning that were as thick as purple electric snakes coiled around the sword.
Boom, 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 boom.
Suddenly, a series of slight air explosions sounded.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
At the same time, a gust of swift green wind appeared and coiled around the sword, emitting a fierce aura. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian raised the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand vertically above his head. At the same time, his entire body emitted a peerlessly sharp aura. In an instant, the energy on the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand spread throughout his entire body, causing him to seem as though he had become one with the sword. The earthen yellow energy that was coiled with purple thunderbolts and green wind spread on the surface of his body and the sword in his hand. It enveloped him and the sword within, transforming into a gigantic sword. Whoosh! As the earthen yellow energy that was coiled with purple thunderbolts and green wind under Duan Lingtian's feet exploded, the gigantic sword soared into the sky and pointed directly at the giant hammer that was falling menacingly like a meteor. The peerlessly sharp aura that soared into the sky along with the gigantic sword filled the entire cavern. Even Huang Daniu and the other two, who were standing at the entrance, could clearly feel the aura. What a powerful sword concept! Su Li's eyes narrowed all of a sudden. As a sword cultivator, Su Li had a special sense for the sword concept. This was far better than Huang Daniu and Zhang Shouyong. Whoosh! At this moment, his attention suddenly shifted to the gigantic sword that was about to collide with the giant hammer. He could see that Duan Lingtian did not use any martial skill. The black-clad young man did not use any martial skill as well. It was more like a brute force battle between the two of them. They threw away all the cumbersome techniques and fought with pure strength. They completely displayed the passion of a martial artist.
Boom!
The giant hammer in the black-clad young man's hand was like the hammer of Thor. It fell with a loud bang, causing the airflow in the air to disperse continuously. It was like a giant rock that fell on a calm lake, setting off countless ripples that spread out. The strength of over 1,350 ancient horned dragons gave the giant hammer an extremely powerful strength and gave the black-clad young man a confidence that came from the bottom of his heart.
Whoosh!
The giant sword that Duan Lingtian transformed into with his sword suddenly charged out and faced the giant hammer in the black-clad young man's hand that was smashing down. He faced it head-on without any fear. It was different from the 1,350 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that the black-clad young man gathered with the heaven and earth energy. From the moment Duan Lingtian made his move until now, only a blink of an eye had passed. The heaven and earth energy was still surging in the void where he passed, and it had yet to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Faced with the giant sword that Duan Lingtian transformed into with his sword, the black-clad young man's face was filled with disdain. The khaki-colored energy surrounding the giant hammer in his hand continued to expand as it crossed the sky and smashed toward the giant sword.
Boom!
The giant hammer once again broke through the sky and fell from the sky. It was only a foot away from the giant sword.
Whoosh!
The giant sword faced the hammer head-on without any fear. The skyrocketing sword ray and the giant hammer collided violently, emitting a series of deafening loud noises.
Boom, 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 boom.
The sword ray on the giant's sword seemed to contain an endless amount of energy. When it was in a stalemate with the giant hammer in the black-clad young man's hand, it continued to surge out. On the other hand, the giant hammer in the black-clad young man's hand also surged with a rolling khaki-colored energy when it smashed down. The third-level advanced Earth concept that was supported by the Earth energy swept out without any reservation. However, the black-clad young man's expression changed very quickly. This was because he noticed the energy on the giant sword that Duan Lingtian transformed into with his sword was rising and becoming stronger. In just a blink of an eye, it suppressed the energy that was contained in the giant hammer in his hand. When he saw the heaven and earth phenomenon that had finally formed above Duan Lingtian's head, horror dawned on him. At the same time, his heart skipped a beat. Being distracted was a taboo in a battle between powerhouses. At this moment, the black-clad young man had undoubtedly committed a taboo. It caused the giant hammer in his hand to lose its momentum temporarily.
Whoosh.
When the black-clad young man was distracted and caused the giant hammer's energy to change, the rising energy on the giant sword swept out in an unstoppable manner and collided violently with the giant hammer. It enveloped the black-clad young man's entire body.
Boom.
A loud noise reverberated in the air. The black-clad young man was sent flying along with his hammer. Like an arrow that was released from a bow, he crashed into the wall at the side of the cave and was directly embedded in it. Naturally, it was mainly because the giant hammer in the black-clad young man's hand was embedded in the cave wall. His entire body was hanging on the giant hammer. Barf. The black-clad young man felt his vital energy and blood surging. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Who knew that the mouthful of blood would go out of control? Every time he opened his mouth, he would spit out a pool of dazzling blood. In just a blink of an eye, it formed a small stream on the ground. After a long while, he finally regained his senses. His face was pale as he looked at the purple-clad young man in the distant sky. It was Duan Lingtian. When the black-clad young man was sent flying, the giant sword that was formed by Duan Lingtian and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword had already disappeared. Not only that, but he had also put the quasi-royal grade spirit sword away. Duan Lingtian stood in the air. The heaven and earth phenomenon above his head gradually disappeared. The heaven and earth phenomenon that was gradually disappearing had a total of 1,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Compared to the black-clad young man's strength, it was more than 140 ancient horned dragons' strength. Overpowered. Absolutely overpowered. This was the strength that Duan Lingtian did not use his earth concept to communicate with the earth and borrow the earth energy to display his strength. Otherwise, it would not be 1,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were gradually disappearing. It would be 1,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons instead. However, even if it was only 1,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, it still brought great shock to Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Xiaoyong. The strength of 1,500 ancient horned dragons. Huang Daniu's eyes were wide open, and his entire body was in a daze. Su Li and Zhang Xiaoyong were similar. They were both stunned. Duan Lingtian's strength had completely stunned them. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian stepped out in the air. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the black-clad young man who was holding a giant hammer and was hanging on the cave wall. He looked at him calmly. Horror dawned on the black-clad young man's face. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. The moment before he was sent flying, he saw the 1,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were condensed above Duan Lingtian's head. At that moment, he already knew that he was no match for Duan Lingtian. Why, you're really a disciple of a third-rate force, the Five-Element sect. The black-clad young man's facial muscles were trembling nonstop. His tone was filled with disbelief. Dead man, there's no need for you to know my identity. Duan Lingtian returned the black-clad young man's words to him in full detail. It caused the black-clad young man's face to change drastically. The khaki energy on his body was rolling as he still wanted to struggle. Unfortunately, when Duan Lingtian spoke, one of his hands was already accumulating strength. The moment his words left his mouth, a palm that contained the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons swept out and landed on the black-clad young man's body.
Boom.
At once, the khaki energy that had just risen on the black-clad young man's body was shattered. He was slammed into the cave wall by Duan Lingtian's palm. He was embedded on the wall as though he had turned into a mural.
Whoosh.
Subsequently, Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and took the spatial ring from the black-clad young man's hand. Without any hesitation, he performed the blood ownership claim on it. The 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment. Chapter 977. Soon after, with just a thought, Duan Lingtian saw a fragment shining with a green energy in the spatial ring. It was the Wind Profundity Fragment. This Wind Profundity Fragment is surrounded by a green energy that's much more profound than the one I obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure. Duan Lingtian raised his brow and thought to himself. Previously, he had obtained a total of 3 profundity fragments from the Sword Monarch's treasure. All of them were 3rd level Monarch Stage profundity fragments. One of them was a 3rd level Monarch Stage profundity fragment. However, compared to this 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment, the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment was nothing. Now that I've obtained this 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment, I can use the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment to deal with the sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he made up his mind. After entering Emperor Wu's secret treasure, any 5-element sect's disciple who obtained a profundity fragment would have to hand it over to the sect. If they obtained a 2nd profundity fragment, or even a 3rd profundity fragment, they could keep it for themselves. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was preparing to hand over the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment that he obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure to the sect as a form of repayment for the sect's help in nurturing him. Since he had obtained the 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment, the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment did not matter to him at all. Duan Lingtian, since when did you become so powerful? At this moment, Huang Daniu was the first one among the 3 people who were stunned at the entrance of the cave. He was the first one to regain his senses. As he walked towards Duan Lingtian, he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. His eyes were still filled with disbelief. Everything that had just happened was simply like a dream to him. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong were also awakened by Huang Daniu's voice. They walked into the cave together and walked towards Duan Lingtian. Their eyes were filled with disbelief when they looked at Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, the strength that Duan Lingtian had just displayed was too exaggerated. It was completely beyond their imagination. Duan Lingtian only smiled in the face of the trio's surprise and did not say anything.
Whoosh.
At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at the black-clothed youth that he had killed and embedded into the cave wall. His gaze then fell on the giant hammer at the side. Grade 1 Spirit Weapon. Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and pulled out the Grade 1 Spiritual Weapon giant hammer from the cave wall. He weighed it in his hand. It's quite heavy. Duan Lingtian, look at all the swords you use. As for this gigantic hammer, it doesn't seem to suit you at all. Otherwise you... Unknowingly, Huang Daniu had arrived beside Duan Lingtian. He stared at the huge hammer in Duan Lingtian's hand and couldn't help but rub his palms together.
What?
Are you trying to say that this giant hammer doesn't suit me but suits you? Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. How could he not tell what Huang Daniu was thinking? He was obviously interested in this Grade 1 Spirit Weapon giant hammer and wanted to obtain it. Huang Daniu smiled awkwardly when he was exposed by Duan Lingtian. He scratched the back of his head embarrassedly and revealed a rare, honest expression. Take it if you want it. Duan Lingtian shook his head and casually tossed the giant hammer in his hand to Huang Daniu as though he was throwing trash. Huang Daniu did not expect Duan Lingtian to give the Grade 1 Spirit Weapon giant hammer to him so readily. He panicked and took the giant hammer. At the same time, He looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Duan Lingtian, this grade 1 spirit weapon, are you really giving it to me?
Why?
You don't want it? If you don't want it, I'll give it to Big Brother Zhang. I'm sure Big Brother Zhang would be interested in this grade 1 spirit weapon giant hammer as well. Duan Lingtian teased with a smile. I want it. Of course I want it. How can I not want it? Huang Daniu panicked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw Zhang Shouyong, who was walking over slowly with his gaze fixed on the giant hammer in his hand. He was really afraid that Duan Lingtian would take the giant hammer back and give it to Zhang Shouyong. Big Brother Zhang, I'll help you upgrade your wine gourd to a grade 1 spirit weapon later. The grade 1 spirit weapon that I refine is much more powerful than this hammer. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Shouyong, who was interested in the giant hammer, and said to him through voice transmission. Whether it was Huang Daniu or Zhang Shouyong, they were both his friends. He did not want to favor one over the other. When Zhang Shouyong heard Duan Lingtian's words, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then he asked through voice transmission in shock, Brother Lingtianu, you can refine grade 1 spirit weapons already? Naturally, he knew what it meant to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon. It meant that Duan Lingtian was now a grade 1 weapons craftsman. A grade 1 weapons craftsman, let alone a third-rate force like the Blade sect that he was currently in. Even those second-rate forces did not have one. Even first-rate forces might not necessarily have a grade 1 weapons craftsman. Based on this, one could imagine how honorable a grade 1 weapons craftsman was on Cloud Continent. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Is the grade 1 spirit weapon that you'll refine for me stronger than the hammer in Dania's hand? Zhang Shouyong's breathing quickened. He could not help but ask through voice transmission. That lousy hammer? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly and shook his head. Big Brother Zhang was underestimating him. Lousy hammer? Zhang Shouyong was stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. When he regained his senses, the corner of his mouth twitched. That was a grade 1 spirit weapon. However, it became a lousy hammer in the mouth of Brother Lingtian? Even if he wanted to attack someone, he did not have to attack like this, right? It's only a grade 1 spirit weapon with an 88% boost. If it's not a lousy hammer, then what is it? Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly. You mean, you can refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that has an amplification of more than 88%? Zhang Shouyong's eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. If I can't refine a grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% boost, I'd be embarrassed to call myself a grade 1 weapons craftsman. Duan Lingtian continued to speak through voice transmission. A 90% boost? Zhang Shouyong was stunned. He was completely stunned. Although the grade 3 spirit weapon wine gourd in his hand was a grade 3 spirit weapon that could provide a 70% amplification that Duan Lingtian had refined back then, and it was the best grade 3 spirit weapon among the best grade 3 spirit weapons. At that time, he was already shocked that the grade 3 spirit weapon refined by Duan Lingtian had such a powerful boost. However, it did not cross his mind at all. He did not expect that Duan Lingtian would be able to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that had a 90% boost. A grade 1 spirit weapon like that could be considered the best grade 1 spirit weapon among the best grade 1 spirit weapons. However, when Zhang Shouyong saw the confidence in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he did not doubt his words at all. After laughing heartily, he no longer looked at the gigantic hammer in Duan Lingtian's hand. In his opinion, the gigantic hammer was only trash that was not worth mentioning compared to the grade 1 spirit weapon, the wine gourd, that he was about to obtain. Duan Lingtian. Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian. A bitter smile crept up the corner of Su Li's mouth as he looked at Duan Lingtian. This man whom he had known since he was 18 years old had already grown to such an extent. Initially, in his opinion, it was already considered heaven-defying for him to be able to walk out of a small kingdom in the Darkhan dynasty and achieve what he had today. However, compared to the purple-clad young man before him, his achievements were not worth mentioning at all. Let's go. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and called out to the three of them. They continued to make their way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Whoosh.
The four of them were extremely fast. It was as though they had transformed into 4 bolts of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared from the entrance of the cave. Not long after Duan Lingtian and the other 3 left, another 3 swift figures passed through the cave. Their destination was the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was obvious that they were heading to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure just like Duan Lingtian and the other 3. When the 3 of them passed through the cave, they seemed to have noticed something. All of them came to a halt and revealed their true identities. They were 3 young men who looked to be around 35 years old. Soon after, the 3 young men discovered the corpse that was embedded in the wall of the cave. Their eyes narrowed immediately. To be able to press a corpse into such a thick cave wall, I'm afraid that person's strength is at least equivalent to the strength of thousands of ancient horned dragons. One of the young men exclaimed with a shocked expression. When the other 2 young men heard this, their faces turned solemn as well. Soon after, another young man muttered to himself in shock. Even among the most outstanding young powerhouses in our Izumo sect, Anika sect, and North Nether sect, I don't think there are more than 10 of them who possess such strength even if they use their spirit weapons, right? Based on the young man's words, it was obvious that he and the other 2 young men beside him were disciples from the second-rate force in the Northern Desert, Izumo sect. This person seems a little familiar. The last young man's gaze landed on the corpse of the black-clad young man that was embedded in the cave wall. Soon after, he raised his eyebrows. He had a feeling that this black-clad young man was a little familiar. You know him? At once, the other 2 young men looked at the person who spoke. Their faces were filled with curiosity. Soon after, the person who felt that the black-clad young man embedded in the cave wall was a little familiar approached the black-clad young man's corpse step by step out of curiosity. The closer he got, the more familiar he felt the black-clad young man was. When the other 2 saw this, they immediately followed the young man and walked step by step to the front of the cave wall. They looked at the black-clad young man's corpse that was hanging on the wall like a mural. After taking a closer look at the corpse's face, the young man who took the lead could not help but narrow his eyes. This is Lung Ji. Chapter 978. What did you say? Lung Ji? Why you said he's Lung Ji? The Izumo sect's disciple who recognized the black-clad young man embedded on the wall asked in shock. The moment his words left his mouth, the other 2 Izumo sect's disciples narrowed their eyes immediately. Did you get the wrong person? Lung Ji. How could Lung Ji be killed? Lung Ji is ranked in the top 6 among the younger generation of the 3 major second-rate forces in the Northern Desert. The other person also had a look of disbelief on his face. It's impossible for me to get the wrong person. I've met Lung Ji once before. He might not know me, but I know him. The Izumo sect's disciple who recognized Lung Ji shook his head and said with certainty. Seeing how certain this Izumo sect's disciple was, the other Izumo sect's disciple who suspected he had the wrong person completely dispelled his doubts. He could not help but frown as he muttered, among the people who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, I'm afraid only our Izumo sect's senior brother Mo and the 2 from Anika sect and North Nether sect have the ability to kill him. That person from North Nether sect came from the same sect as Lung Ji, so it's impossible for him to kill him. Could it be that senior brother Mo or that person from Anika sect killed Lung Ji? The Izumo sect's disciple could not help but speculate as his eyes flashed. That's the only possibility. Other than senior brother Mo and that person from Anika sect, I can't think of anyone else who can kill Lung Ji. The last Izumo sect's disciple agreed. After all, even our Izumo sect's second strongest person among the younger generation, senior brother Lei Jun and Peng Bao, the second strongest person among the younger generation from Anika sect, are no match for Lung Ji, who has comprehended the earth concept in this place, where we can borrow the earth energy at will. I can't believe that the North Nether sect's second strongest person among the younger generation, Lung Ji, would die here just like that. The Izumo sect's disciple who recognized Lung Ji could not help but sigh. He deeply felt the fragility of life. Duan Lingtian, who was heading to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure with Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, naturally, did not know that two idiots had become his scapegoats. I wonder how Qinwei is doing now. Huang Daniu, who was traveling with Duan Lingtian and the other two, frowned slightly and said worriedly, "Qinwei?" Hearing Huang Daniu's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. He then muttered, "He is already dead." What? Although Duan Lingtian's voice wasn't loud, it was still heard by Huang Daniu. His expression couldn't help but change. "Duan Lingtian, you're telling the truth?"
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he spoke of the matter of him encountering Qinwei's corpse and burying Qinwei without holding back in the slightest. Damn it! Huang Daniu's face was ashen, and his eyes were suffused with scarlet red. He couldn't help but wave his fists in anger. "If I find out who killed Qinwei, Huang Daniu, will definitely not let him off." His relationship with Qinwei surpassed the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Qinwei. When he saw Qinwei's corpse earlier, even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be enraged, let alone Huang Daniu, who had a violent temper, so his rage naturally skyrocketed. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. He knew clearly in his heart that it was practically impossible to find Qinwei's murderer. Not to mention they didn't know if that person was still alive. Even if that person was still alive, if that person didn't take the initiative to mention it, they would utterly have no way of knowing who killed Qinwei. Duan Lingtian's group of four continued on their way, and they were getting closer and closer to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure vault. Brother Lingtian. A few days later, Duan Lingtian's group of four had just entered a spacious cavern when they heard a voice that contained slight pleasant surprise sound out from the other end of the cavern. When Duan Lingtian heard the voice, he only felt that it was a little familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. When he turned his head around and saw one of the two young men flying towards him from afar, his eyes couldn't help but brighten. Peng Bao. The person who called him was none other than the Anika sect's disciple, Peng Bao, whom he had met once before. At that time, although he had only made a deal with Peng Bao once, the magnanimity that Peng Bao revealed inadvertently made him have a good impression of him from the bottom of his heart. Soon after, the smile that appeared on Duan Lingtian's face froze again. This was because at this moment, he noticed that the sturdy young man next to Peng Bao was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. In the depth of this sturdy young man's eyes, there was a hint of greed mixed in. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could faintly guess something. It seemed like this sturdy young man had also heard about the news that was purposely spread out to frame him. He said that he had obtained a piece of news about a profundity fragment. Otherwise, it was impossible for the other party to look at him with such a gaze, since it was their first meeting. Since the sturdy young man knew about it, Peng Bao must have known about it as well. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Peng Bao again. He purposely focused on Peng Bao's gaze when he looked at him. However, he noticed that there was no malice in Peng Bao's gaze. "Looks like I didn't misjudge you after all." Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he thought to himself. Perhaps Peng Bao had also heard about him obtaining a profundity fragment, but he did not harbor any greed because of it. It could be said that this was extremely rare. "Brother Lingtian, I didn't expect to meet you here."
Who are these three?
Peng Bao greeted Duan Lingtian as he looked at Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, who were standing next to Duan Lingtian. "They're my friends." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Peng Bao nodded and smiled at Huang Daniu and the other two in a friendly manner. He did not have any sense of superiority, just because he was a disciple of a second-rate force, Izumo sect. This made Huang Daniu and the other two feel much better. "This is..." Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the sturdy young man next to Peng Bao again. His eyes gleamed as he asked Peng Bao. His spiritual energy that he had just extended told him. This sturdy young man was similar to Peng Bao and the black-clad young man he had killed not long ago. They were all at the third-level void transformation stage. Anika sect is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Other than Peng Bao, they actually have a disciple who's not inferior to Peng Bao. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh inwardly. Soon after, Duan Lingtian realized that he had misunderstood. Brother Lingtian, this is Lei Jun from Izumo sect. He's also the second strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo sect. Peng Bao smiled as he introduced Lei Jun to Duan Lingtian. Izumo sect's disciple? When Duan Lingtian heard Peng Bao's introduction of Lei Jun, he knew that he had guessed wrongly. This sturdy young man was not a Nika sect's disciple, but Izumo sect's disciple. When Duan Lingtian saw Peng Bao introducing Lei Jun to him, he still smiled at Lei Jun out of courtesy for the sake of Peng Bao, even though he did not really want to pay attention to Lei Jun. He considered it as a greeting. However, the smile on his face quickly froze again. This was because Lei Jun completely turned a blind eye to the smile on his face. It was as though he did not see it at all. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel dissatisfied. Brother Lingtian. At this moment, a clear voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. He could tell that this was Peng Bao's voice transmission that entered his ears. Huh? The moment Duan Lingtian heard the voice, he immediately looked at Peng Bao with a puzzled expression on his face. He had no idea why Peng Bao suddenly sent him a voice transmission. Brother Lingtian, I heard that you obtained a profundity fragment. Peng Bao's voice continued to enter Duan Lingtian's ears. There was a hint of urgency in his tone now. Profundity fragment. Upon hearing Peng Bao's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. The first thought that came to his mind was that Peng Bao had also believed the rumor that framed him and was coveting the profundity fragment in his hands. Soon after, Duan Lingtian realized that he had misunderstood Peng Bao. Brother Lingtian, please don't misunderstand. Peng Bao seemed to have guessed Duan Lingtian's thoughts when he saw Duan Lingtian frowning. He immediately explained, through voice transmission, I just want to know what kind of profundity fragment you obtained. It just so happens that I have an 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment with me. The senior officials in our Enika sect have no use for it. I'm thinking that if the profundity fragment in your hands is useful to the senior officials in our Enika sect, perhaps we can make another trade. Peng Bao revealed his plan in one breath. Trade? Duan Lingtian could not help but narrow his eyes when he heard Peng Bao mentioning the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment. Extreme desire filled the depth of his eyes. His interest was piqued when Peng Bao finished his words. I have a total of 5 profundity fragments with me. However, the 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment and the 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment definitely can't be exchanged with him. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. In that case, I'm only left with the 3 profundity fragments that I obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure. The 3 profundity fragments are 3rd level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments. Perhaps I can try to exchange the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment with him. As long as he's willing, I'll obtain the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment in his hands. At that time, the 3rd level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment in my hands is dispensable. I can hand it over to the sect. At that moment, Duan Lingtian thought of many things. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian looked at Peng Bao immediately and said through voice transmission, I'm just worried that you won't be willing to exchange. The profundity fragment that I obtained is only a 3rd level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment. 3rd level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment? As expected, Peng Bao could not help but frown when he heard what Duan Lingtian said. The difference between a 3rd level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment and an 8th level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment was extremely huge to a martial Monarch Stage martial artist. Chapter 979. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel anxious when he saw Peng Bao frowning. Although he was confident he could kill Peng Bao and snatch the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment in his hand, he had never thought of doing so. When he first met Peng Bao, he knew he would not be a match for him if he did not use the talisman. In Peng Bao's eyes, he was just an ordinary disciple from a third-rate force. It would be easy for him to kill him and snatch the concept fragment in his hand. However, Peng Bao did not do that. Instead, he exchanged the concept fragment with him openly. Due to this reason, he had a good impression of Peng Bao. Now that it was his turn, it was impossible for him to be biased and kill Peng Bao. Although he knew he was not a good person, he would not feel guilty even if he snatched a treasure from someone he did not know. However, the person he was facing now was Peng Bao, the Peng Bao who did not snatch the concept fragment from him just because he was a disciple from a third-rate force. Naturally, Peng Bao did not know what Duan Lingtian was thinking at the moment. If he knew Duan Lingtian's current strength and knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking at the moment, he would definitely feel lucky that he managed to escape. What kind of profundity fragment is the profundity fragment in your hand? Just when Duan Lingtian was feeling anxious, Peng Bao's voice entered his ears clearly. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He knew Peng Bao was interested in the profundity fragment in his hand. Wind profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian stared at Peng Bao and said word by word through voice transmission. Soon, he saw the joy that flashed in Peng Bao's eyes. His heart skipped a beat when he saw this. He could not help but exclaim, "This is good." While joy flashed in Peng Bao's eyes, he could not help but feel conflicted. In terms of value, the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment in his hand was undoubtedly more valuable than the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. However, none of the high-ranking officials in Anika sect had a use for the Thunder Profundity Fragment because none of them had comprehended the 9th level Advanced Thunder concept. Only a martial artist who had comprehended the 9th level Advanced Thunder concept would be able to comprehend the Thunder Profundity through the Thunder Profundity Fragment and open the door to the Martial Monarch stage. The Wind Profundity Fragment belonged to the second strongest expert of Anika sect, the sect leader of Anika sect, who was also his teacher. Master will definitely break through to the Martial Monarch stage in one fell swoop once he obtains the Profundity Fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. He will become the second monarch powerhouse in Anika sect. The moment when he thought Bao thought Profundity Fragment. However, at the same time, he recalled the grade of the Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. Unknowingly, a bitter smile crept up on the corner of his mouth. In the end, Peng Bao made his decision. Exchange. The 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment in his hand was naturally more valuable than the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. However, there was a problem. Even if he brought the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment back to Anika sect, it was impossible for Anika sect to produce a martial monarch powerhouse in such a short time. By the time a 9th level Void Transformation Stage martial artist who had comprehended the 9th level Advanced Thunder concept and could comprehend the Thunder Profundity with the help of the Thunder Profundity Fragment appeared in the Anika sect, who knew how long it would take. To Anika sect, the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment was much more valuable than the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment. Brother Lingtian, I'd like to exchange my 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment for your 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment. Are you willing to do it? Peng Bao looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly and asked through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian did not say anything. He lifted his hand at lightning speed and a fragment with green energy shot out from his hand towards Peng Bao. He answered Peng Bao's question in the most direct way. Peng Bao did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so straightforward and trust him so much to throw the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment to him. Was he not worried that he would take the Profundity Fragment for himself? Although Peng Bao thought so, he was not slow at all. As he caught the Wind Profundity Fragment, he took out a fragment with purple energy and tossed it to Duan Lingtian. It was the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment that he had obtained.
Slap.
Duan Lingtian reached out his hand at lightning speed and caught the Thunder Profundity Fragment. He held it tightly in his hand. What a great deal! At this moment, although Duan Lingtian tried his best to remain calm on the surface, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. He exchanged a 3rd level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment for an 8th level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment. If this matter were to spread out, who knew how many jaws would drop to the ground in shock? Duan Lingtian and Peng Bao exchanged the profundity fragment so quickly that even Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong did not see their movements clearly. However, other than the two of them and Huang Daniu's group of three, there was another person present. It was Lei Jun, the second most powerful person among the younger generation in Anika sect. Lei Jun had seen Duan Lingtian and Peng Bao's movements from the beginning until the end. Especially when Duan Lingtian and Peng Bao exchanged the profundity fragment, the way he looked at Duan Lingtian was even more greedy. If it was not for Peng Bao, he would have made his move long ago. Naturally, Duan Lingtian saw Lei Jun's gaze, but he did not care about it at all. His mind was completely focused on the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment in his hand. He only put it away in his spatial ring after giving it a thought as though it was a treasure. Now, the three nature concepts that I've comprehended have their corresponding high-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments. As long as I comprehend them to the 9th level Advanced Stage, I'll be able to use the three Profundity Fragments to further transform them into Monarch Stage Profundities. Duan Lingtian was excited when he thought of this. Even if there was only one Profundity Fragment that he could use, it meant that he was one step closer to the Martial Monarch Stage. Currently, he had the corresponding profundity fragments in his hands for the four concepts he had comprehended. 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment, 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment, 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment, 3rd level Monarch Stage Sword Profundity Fragment. As for the 3rd level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment, I'll hand it over to the sect. Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Initially, he planned to give the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment to the sect after he killed the black-clad young man who seemed to be a North Nether sect's disciple and obtain the 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment. However, who would have thought that meeting Peng Bao would bring him another opportunity? He traded a 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment for Peng Bao's 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment. It was a profitable trade. Since the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment was in Peng Bao's hands, it was naturally impossible for him to hand it over to the sect. Therefore, he could only hand over the other Profundity Fragment. Coincidentally, since he had obtained the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment from Peng Bao, the 3rd level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment that he had was dispensable now. It was time for him to hand it over to the sect. There are a total of 5 profundity fragments in the outer area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Now, 3 of them are in my hands. I wonder who obtained the other 2? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He could not help but feel curious. Brother Lingtian, you guys must be heading to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure as well, right? Suddenly, a voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. When he snapped back to reality and looked at the source of the voice, he saw Peng Bao looking at him with a smile on his face. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. If that's the case, let's go together. I'm going there anyway. Peng Bao suggested. All right. Duan Lingtian agreed. However, Lei Jun, who was standing at the side, had a grave expression on his face when he heard Peng Bao's words. The reason Peng Bao did that was to protect Duan Lingtian and prevent him from snatching the profundity fragment from Duan Lingtian. Peng Bao, since you've obtained what you want, there's no need for us to continue working together. A murderous gleam flashed in Lei Jun's eyes. He stared at Peng Bao for a while before he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. His killing intent was cold, as though he could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! As soon as his words left his mouth, Lei Jun dashed toward the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He disappeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the other 4 in just a blink of an eye. Peng Bao did not care about Lei Jun's departure at all. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not care about it at all. After calling out to Huang Daniu and the other 2, he rushed toward the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure with Peng Bao. That would also be the destination of their trip. Naturally, it was not their final destination. They would go to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure and search for treasures with the other young powerhouses. In the end, if they could survive, they would have to leave through the entrance they came from.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
The 5 of them traveled at a fast speed. They were getting closer and closer to the central area. Peng Bao, since you're a disciple of Enika sect, you must know some of the North Nether sect's disciples, right? Duan Lingtian asked Peng Bao curiously along the way. If it's the North Nether sect's disciples, I only know a few of them who are more outstanding. Peng Bao asked, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Don't tell me you have friends in North Nether sect?
No.
Duan Lingtian shook his head and said casually, I'm just asking, is there a young powerhouse in North Nether sect who has comprehended the 3rd level advanced earth concept and whose cultivation base has entered the 3rd level void transformation stage? You mean Lung Ji? Chapter 980. Lung Ji. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. The figure of the black-clad young man whom he killed not long ago appeared in his mind. It seems like he's really a disciple of North Nether sect.
Yes.
Peng Bao nodded. Among the younger generation in North Nether sect, Lung Ji is the only one who has comprehended the 3rd level advanced earth concept and is a 3rd level void transformation martial artist. Lung Ji is the 2nd strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. His strength is extraordinary. If we fight in the sky, we're on par. However, if we meet in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, I'm no match for him. Peng Bao's tone was filled with dread when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he knew why Peng Bao said that. The martial emperor's secret treasure was composed of numerous caves that were hidden deep underground. Every corner of the cave allowed a martial artist who had comprehended the earth concept to freely communicate with the earth and borrow the earth energy. So that fella's name is Lung Ji. At this moment, Huang Dania nodded in realization. He could not help but sneer. So, what if he's the 2nd strongest person among the younger generation in the second-rate force, North Nether sect? He was still killed by Duan Lingtian. Huang Dania's face was filled with pride when he reached the end of his sentence. It was as though he was the one who killed Lung Ji, and not Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, Su Li and Zhang Shouyong did not react to Huang Dania's words. However, when Peng Bao heard it, it was as though he was struck by lightning. He froze on the spot and no longer flew forward. Seeing that Peng Bao had stopped, Duan Lingtian and the other 3 stopped as well. "The brother Lingtian, why you killed Lung Ji?" Peng Bao looked at Duan Lingtian with his eyes wide open. His voice was filled with shock and disbelief. When he found out Duan Lingtian had obtained a profundity fragment, he had faintly guessed Duan Lingtian was not as simple as he thought. He was much more powerful than he had imagined. However, he never thought that Duan Lingtian would have the ability to kill Lung Ji. Lung Ji's cultivation base was similar to his, and the concept he had comprehended was similar to his as well. However, if he were to fight Lung Ji in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he would definitely lose. What Lung Ji comprehended was the earth concept. He could freely borrow the power of the earth from Emperor Wu's secret treasure and increase the power of his earth concept by 50%. In response to Peng Bao's question, Duan Lingtian nodded gently with a calm expression, as if killing Lung Ji was nothing to him. Of course, in reality, it wasn't much. If he chose to make the first move and unleashed all of his strength, he would be able to unleash an ancient horned dragon's strength that was more than 200 times stronger than Lung Ji's. He only needed one move to kill Lung Ji. Monster. The corner of Peng Bao's mouth twitched when he saw that Duan Lingtian only nodded casually in response to his question. This was the first thought that popped up in his mind. The third-rate force, 5-element sect, actually had such a terrifying disciple. It made him feel inexplicably shocked from the bottom of his heart. No matter how he looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him, he was only around 25 years old. Even if his cultivation base could suppress his aging and he paid attention to his body's maintenance, his real age would not exceed 30 years old. Peng Bao was certain about this. It was precisely because of this that he felt inexplicably shocked and even in disbelief. "Let's go." Under Duan Lingtian's beckoning, Peng Bao continued to travel with Duan Lingtian and the other three to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. However, along the way, he would occasionally look at Duan Lingtian. This young man, who could be called a peerless monster, was able to kill Leng Ji, who had borrowed the power of the earth. Just how powerful was his strength? Fortunately, I didn't think of snatching the 9th level saber concept fragment from him. Otherwise, I'd be the one who died instead of him. Peng Bao could not help but feel a lingering fear when he recalled the first time he met Duan Lingtian and made a deal with Duan Lingtian. He still remembered that transaction very clearly to this day. He used the 9th level Earth concept fragment to exchange for the 9th level Saber concept fragment with Duan Lingtian. At that time, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian was just a hothead from a third-rate force. He was weak and not worth mentioning at all. When he recalled that he was still teaching Duan Lingtian when he left, he could not help but feel his face burning. And this time, fortunately, I didn't covet the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment in Brother Ling Tian's hand. Otherwise, I might not even be able to survive, let alone obtain the Profundity Fragment for the sect. Peng Bao felt a lingering fear when he thought of this. To think that I was worried that Lei Jun would covet the Profundity Fragment in Brother Ling Tian's hand and attack Brother Ling Tian. Lei Jun's ability is on par with mine, but he's no match for Leng Ji in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Peng Bao laughed at himself. He felt that he had underestimated Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian can even kill Leng Ji. If Lei Jun dares to offend Brother Lingtian, he'll definitely die. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know what Peng Bao was thinking. Currently, he was fully focused on the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure that he was about to reach. That place was an unknown place to him. The unknown was also the scariest because anything could happen inside. According to the message left by the Emperor Wu powerhouse, there's a palace in the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. That's where he died. Duan Lingtian recalled the message left by the Emperor Wu powerhouse after he entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It won't be easy to obtain the 3 profundity fragments in his body in that palace. Duan Lingtian had a strong intuition about this. Naturally, he had such an intuition because he had merged with the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. According to the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, if an Emperor Wu powerhouse really left his final resting place and Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment behind, it would not be easy for anyone to obtain it. In the eyes of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu, only the most outstanding person was qualified to obtain his Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian came to a halt. The other 4 people by his side also came to a halt and stood next to him. This was because they realized there was no path ahead. Right now, they were in a spacious cave. There were 3 entrances to the left and right of the cavern that led to other caverns. They had a confused expression on their faces. They did not know which entrance led to the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Shall we split up and explore? Huang Daniu took the lead and suggested. That's the only way. Duan Lingtian nodded. His gaze then shifted to the innermost entrance on the left. I'll go there. Peng Bao, go there. Then Duan Lingtian turned to look at the innermost entrance on the right and said to Peng Bao. Peng Bao nodded. He had no objections. Daniu, Su Li, Big Brother Zhang, the 3 of you will enter one of the entrances to explore. No matter what the outcome is, we'll meet here one day later. Then, Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. The 3 of them were the weakest among the 5 of them. In consideration of their safety, Duan Lingtian allowed them to go together. All right. Huang Daniu and the other 2 responded immediately. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded at the 4 of them. Then, he transformed into a bolt of purple lightning and dashed into the innermost entrance on the left side of the cavern. He dashed in quickly, intending to explore the situation inside. Peng Bao followed suit and dashed into the innermost entrance on the right side of the cavern. Huang Daniu and the other 2 entered the entrance as well. Just as the 3 of them made their move, a sturdy figure suddenly appeared in front of the entrance on the outer side of the cavern. Peng Bao, Let's see how you're going to protect Duan Lingtian this time. The owner of the sturdy figure was none other than Lei Jun. Ever since he parted ways with Duan Lingtian and the other for that day, he had gone all the way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure and arrived here. After arriving here, he quickly found the correct path to the central area with the help of the speed boosted by the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. The correct path was behind the innermost entrance on the right side of the cavern. That entrance was also the entrance that Peng Bao had gone to explore. After confirming the correct path to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, a thought flashed in his mind when he was about to continue his journey. He realized this might be an opportunity for him, a chance to kill Duan Lingtian and obtain the Profundity Fragment in Duan Lingtian's possession. The 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment. Lei Jun's eyes gleamed with greed. In the next instant, purple lightning surrounded his body as he dashed out and disappeared into the innermost entrance on the left side of the cavern. His target was none other than Duan Lingtian. To be exact, it was the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment in Duan Lingtian's possession. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know that Lei Jun was hiding here. He did not know that Lei Jun was chasing after him. Whoosh! After Duan Lingtian entered the innermost entrance on the left side of the cavern, the origin energy in his body exploded. 4 types of concepts followed him like a shadow. It was as though he had transformed into a gigantic sword that was surrounded by khaki energy, purple lightning, and green wind. Whoosh! The gigantic sword pierced through the air and shuttled through the caverns one after another in an attempt to find out if this was the way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Time passed by quietly. Soon, half a day had gone by. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also figured out the situation here. This was a maze of death that he could not get out of. There was no other way except to go back. Let's go back first. Maybe they have some clues. With a thought, Duan Lingtian began to go back. Duan Lingtian's swift figure came to a halt when he was about to reach the cave entrance. His eyes were suffused with coldness as they descended onto the nearby robust young man. Chapter 981. Lei Jun was the second strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo sect. A few days ago, Lei Jun was with Peng Bao when he met him again. They had even formed a small group that specialized in searching for and snatching profundity fragments. When Duan Lingtian first met Lei Jun, he noticed the greedy look in Lei Jun's eyes when he looked at him. It was a greedy look that could not wait to kill him and take his spatial ring for himself. However, he did not care. In his opinion, Lei Jun was not a threat to him. Later on, Lei Jun saw Peng Bao standing on his side and deliberately protecting him. In his anger, he fell out with Peng Bao and left on his own. You're really haunting me? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly and stared calmly at Lei Jun, who was standing in the distance. It seemed like he had been waiting for him for a long time. The corner of his mouth moved slightly as he muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian, if you know what's good for you, hand over the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment that Peng Bao exchanged with you. If you do that, perhaps I'll leave you with a complete corpse. Lei Jun's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. He flew out and approached Duan Lingtian in a short while. He confronted Duan Lingtian and spoke in a condescending tone. The arrogant look in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian did not seem like he was looking at a living person. It was more like he was looking at a dead person. Perhaps, in his opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive today. Hand over the profundity fragment and leave me with a complete corpse? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Lei Jun's words. Then he smiled brilliantly. Lei Jun, since you said that, should I thank you for your kindness? Of course. Lei Jun did not seem to hear the sarcasm in Duan Lingtian's words as he said proudly, if an ordinary person is killed by me, if it's light, they would explode into a few pieces. If it's heavy, they would explode into minced meat. Of course, you should thank me for my kindness if I leave you with a complete corpse. As Lei Jun spoke, a maniacal smile appeared on his face. His eyes flickered with a cold light. His killing intent was awe-inspiring, as if he was about to devour someone. Idiot! Duan Lingtian did not show a frightened look as Lei Jun expected. Instead, he looked at Lei Jun like looking at an idiot and spat out 2 words unhurriedly. Idiot? Lei Jun was stunned. He was completely stunned. This Duan Lingtian, a mere disciple from a third-rate force, called him an idiot? You're courting death. The Lei army, who recovered his wits, suddenly roared. His rage soared to the extreme. At the same time, the origin energy on his body surged and swept out, and then it transformed into numerous bolts of violet lightning that were like numerous thick violet electric snakes that coiled and suffused around his body.
Boom, 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 boom.
Almost at the same time that the essence energy on Lei Jun's body turned into purple lightning, a series of slight thunder sounds rang out. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy above his head stirred and transformed into the heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of 800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons hovered above the sky. They were lifelike, and they were ready to pounce on Duan Lingtian at any time. 3rd level Void Transformation Stage. 3rd level Advance Thunder Concept. You only have this much strength? Duan Lingtian asked in a neither hurried nor slow manner in the face of Lei Jun's fusion of origin energy and thunder concept that caused his body to be filled with bolts of purple lightning and thunderbolts. Duan Lingtian's tone was laced with sarcasm. Duan Lingtian, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Lei Jun was originally enraged by Duan Lingtian, and his restless emotions only calmed down when the energy swept through his entire body. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could no longer suppress his restless emotions that had just calmed down and completely vented them out. Bang! Lei Jun stomped both of his legs on the ground, causing ferocious cracks to appear on the ground. They spread out densely, as though they were forming a gigantic spider web. In the next instant, he borrowed the force to fly out like a bolt of lightning and charged towards Duan Lingtian.
Boom, 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 boom.
Wherever Lei Jun passed, the sound of thunder and air exploding was mixed together, and it was deafening. At the same time, waves of invisible airwaves spread out and set off gusts of violent wind that swept out in all directions, causing the nearby cavern to be filled with dust.
Boom.
Lei Jun arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. Without using any spirit weapon, he punched out with his bare hands. It was like a cannonball that was shot out of the barrel at Duan Lingtian, intending to kill Duan Lingtian. The punch that contained the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons smashed toward Duan Lingtian as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Rolling purple lightning enveloped him. At the same time, Lei Jun looked at Duan Lingtian, who was motionless in front of him with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, the reason why Duan Lingtian did not react was because his speed was too fast. In the face of his attack, this young disciple from a mere third-rate force did not even have time to react. A disciple from a third-rate force is indeed a disciple from a third-rate force. In front of me, you're just like an ant. Just when Lei Jun was feeling disdainful and thought that his punch was about to end Duan Lingtian's life, he was shocked to find that his punch had encountered an extremely terrifying resistance when it was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian. Smack! A soft sound reverberated in the air. It was Duan Lingtian who had made a move at lightning speed when Lei Jun's punch was about to land on him. He easily caught Lei Jun's menacing punch. Lei Jun's punch that contained the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons was like a falling meteorite. When it landed on Duan Lingtian's hand, it was as though it had crashed into a cotton ball. It had no offensive power at all. Horror dawned on Lei Jun's face when Duan Lingtian easily caught his fist that he had thrown out in a ferocious manner. At that moment, no matter how stupid he was, he could clearly see that the strength possessed by the purple-clad young man before him was far from what he could compare to. Just when Lei Jun was about to pull his fist away from Duan Lingtian's hand that was like an iron clamp and was about to turn around and flee, his eyes could not help but narrow all of a sudden. At that moment, he was shocked to see that, unknowingly, the heaven and earth phenomenon had already appeared above the purple-clad young man's head. A total of 1,100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were condensed. His eyeballs gave him a great shock. Without using any spirit weapon, he had the strength of 1,100 ancient horned dragons. Compared to the strength on his fist, it was 300 ancient horned dragons' strength more. After seeing the 1,100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons before him, Lei Jun completely lost his temper. Oh no! Very soon, when Lei Jun realized that Duan Lingtian's strength could easily kill him, his expression changed again. It became extremely grave and filled with despair. At the same time, he instinctively wanted to pull his fist away from Duan Lingtian's hand. However, when his fist was held in Duan Lingtian's hand, it was as though it had taken root and sprouted on his fist. He could not pull it out at all. Ah! The next moment, the sharp pain from his fist and the sharp pain all over his body made Lei Jun unable to help but let out a hysterical scream. The hysterical scream was so heart-wrenching that it made one's scalp go numb just by listening to it. Duan Lingtian's hand that was holding Lei Jun's fist suddenly trembled with the energy that was fused with 4 types of concepts. It shattered the purple lightning that was entwined around Lei Jun's fist as easily as breaking rotten wood. That was the energy that was formed by the fusion of Lei Jun's origin energy and thunder concept. After dispersing the energy entwined around Lei Jun's fist, the energy entwined around Duan Lingtian's hand swept out and pressed on Lei Jun's body. Barf! Lei Jun's body trembled violently. His face was pale, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. No! When Lei Jun, who had just caught his breath, saw Duan Lingtian's next action, he realized what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Horror dawned on his face as he hastily shouted. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian ignored Lei Jun's shout as though he did not hear it at all. At the same time, Duan Lingtian continued to hold Lei Jun's fist tightly. He lifted his hand abruptly and swung Lei Jun up. His pair of sharp eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at the cave wall not far away. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian swung Lei Jun up and spun him a few rounds in the air like a windmill before throwing him out of his hand, causing him to smash into the cave wall not far away, like an arrow that was shot from a bow. Boom! A loud noise resonated in the air, and the stone chips on the cave wall flew everywhere. Lei Jun was smashed into the cave wall and turned into a pile of meat paste that hung on the cave wall. It was a ghastly sight. The scene before his eyes was extremely similar to an extremely abstract painting on earth where Duan Lingtian was from in his previous life. Lei Jun was completely silent, and he could not be any more dead. Before Duan Lingtian swung Lei Jun up and threw him out, Lei Jun had mobilized his strength many times in an attempt to break free from his control. However, every time Lei Jun's strength appeared, it was mercilessly crushed by Duan Lingtian's strength. Therefore, when Lei Jun was swung up and thrown out, there was no strength in his body that could be used to defend himself. How could a mere body of flesh and blood be able to block his strength? How could he go head-on against the cave wall that was as hard as iron? It was precisely because of this that Lei Jun was swung up and thrown out by Duan Lingtian without any surprise. He was smashed to death. From the beginning until the end, Lei Jun did not even have the time to take out his Grade 1 spirit weapon glove from his spatial ring. Of course, even if he used his spirit weapon, it would still be difficult for him to escape the same ending. This was because he did not use his spirit weapon and Duan Lingtian did not use it as well. I wonder how many people have been killed just because of the word greed. After putting away Lei Jun's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian continued to walk to the cave entrance that he came from without even turning his head back. He shook his head and sighed like an old man. Whether it was Lei Jun now or Lung Ji earlier, both of them ended up like this because they coveted the profundity fragment in his hands. Chapter 982. Not long after, 3 figures flew out from the left side of the cavern and appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. They were none other than Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. How was it? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the 3 of them. He asked in anticipation. The 3 of them shook their heads. It's a maze without a path. We've searched every corner, but we didn't find a second exit. Huang Daniu smiled wryly. It was apparent that they had encountered the same thing as Duan Ling Tian. It seems like we can only wait for Peng Bao. Upon hearing Huang Daniu's words, Duan Ling Tian nodded in disappointment. If the path that Peng Bao went to isn't the path that leads to the central area, then we can only split up and explore the remaining 3 entrances. When Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he looked at the remaining 3 unexplored entrances on both sides of the cavern. Up until now, they still did not know what was going on inside these 3 entrances. An hour passed by very quickly. Why isn't Peng Bao back yet? Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong could not help but frown. He's here. Duan Ling Tian focused his gaze on the innermost entrance on the right side of the cave. With his sharp hearing, he could clearly hear the sound of wind whistling coming from inside. The sound of wind whistling was getting closer and closer. Whoosh! Soon after, dust filled the air outside the entrance. Following that, a familiar figure flew out of the cave and appeared before Duan Ling Tian and the other 3. It was none other than Peng Bao. That's the path that leads to the central area. As soon as Peng Bao appeared, he smiled at Duan Ling Tian and the other 3. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian and the other 3's eyes lit up. At once, the 5 of them set off again. They entered the innermost entrance on the right side of the cave and continued their journey to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. As time went by, they were getting closer and closer to the central area. At the same time, many people were approaching the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure from all directions of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. 2 days later. We're here? Looking at the empty cave entrance in the distance, Duan Ling Tian slowed down. At the same time, he successfully arrived at the location of the cave entrance. Standing at the entrance of the cave, what appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian was no longer the kind of cave that he had seen countless times before. The cavern before him was incomparably large and spacious. From the bottom to the top, it was like a whole new world. The cave entrance he was standing in was just a small hole high up in one of the walls of the huge cave outside. There were countless similar holes on the walls of this huge cave. However, Duan Ling Tian did not have the time to care about this. His gaze immediately fell on the central region of this huge cavern. There stood a palace, an enormous palace. The golden and dazzling palace stood there like a sleeping giant beast, emitting an intimidating aura from head to toe. Is this the palace that Emperor Wu mentioned in his message? The place where he died? Peng Bao had caught up to Duan Ling Tian and stood next to him. He studied the enormous palace standing in the huge cavern in shock. That Emperor Wu's body is in this palace? Huang Daniu caught up as well. His eyes lit up as he looked at the palace in front of him. His breathing quickened involuntarily. According to Emperor Wu's message, there were a total of 3 profundity fragments in his body. One of them was an Emperor stage profundity fragment, while the other 2 were Monarch stage profundity fragments. The 2 Monarch stage profundity fragments aside, just the Emperor stage profundity fragment alone was enough to make everyone go crazy. Although Su Li and Zhang Shouyong did not say anything, the burning desire in their eyes when they looked at the palace in front of them undoubtedly revealed their thoughts. The palace that stood in the huge cavern was like a giant. It exuded an ancient and weathered aura involuntarily. It was as if it was telling everyone that it had existed for a long time. There's someone over there. Su Li's eyes were sharp. Soon, he noticed 3 figures hovering in the air on the other side of the enormous palace. It was obvious that the 3 of them had arrived earlier than them. Since the palace mentioned in Emperor Wu's message had appeared, there was no doubt this was their destination. The central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Senior Brother Zhua. Peng Bao's soft voice resonated in Duan Lingtian and the others' ears almost as soon as Su Li was done speaking. They followed Peng Bao's gaze and immediately saw a green figure hovering in the air far away. It was a young man in green. Initially, the green-clad young man was standing there quietly with his eyes closed. However, when Duan Lingtian and the others looked at him, he opened his eyes as though he had sensed something. His gaze that was as sharp as a sword instantly focused on Duan Lingtian and the others. "Let's go. Let me introduce senior brother, Zhua, to all of you." At the same time, Duan Lingtian and the others were summoned by Peng Bao. They quickly arrived near the green-clad young man. "Senior brother Zhua." When Peng Bao greeted the green-clad young man, there was a hint of reverence in his tone. It was reverence that came from the bottom of his heart. "Junior brother Peng?" The green-clad young man nodded at Peng Bao. He did not pay much attention to Duan Lingtian and the others. Although he did not look down on the four of them, it still revealed his arrogance. Duan Lingtian and the others were not surprised by this. It seems like this is the Zuoyu that Peng Bao mentioned to us earlier. At this moment, Huang Dania's voice transmission clearly entered Duan Lingtian, Su Li and Zhang Shouyang's ears. He was secretly communicating with Duan Lingtian and the others. "I think so." Su Li and Zhang Shouyang nodded. "Zuoyu." Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. The words that Peng Bao said to them earlier seemed to echo in his ears. "My strength can only be ranked second among the younger generation in our Anika sect. The strongest person among the younger generation in our Anika sect is my senior brother Zhua. His full name is Zuoyu, and he's the only direct disciple of our Anika sect's Supreme Elder. Our Anika sect's Supreme Elder is the only martial monarch powerhouse in our Anika sect. Zuoyu, the strongest person among the younger generation in Anika sect. The direct disciple of a martial monarch powerhouse." Either one of these two titles was enough to shock anyone. The combination of the two made Zuoyu the brightest pearl in Anika sect. When Peng Bao saw that Zuoyu did not even look at Duan Lingtian and the others, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. He smiled apologetically at Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian and the others smiled back, indicating that they did not care. If the other party was really Zuoyu, he definitely had the right to be so arrogant. "Senior brother Zhua, they're my friends. This is Duan Lingtian, this is Huang Daniu, this is Su Li, and this is Zhang Shouyang." Peng Bao introduced Duan Lingtian and the others to Zuoyu. When he mentioned Duan Lingtian, Zuoyu, who stood there arrogantly, immediately looked at Duan Lingtian. He did not hear a single word that Peng Bao said after that. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Zuoyu stared at Duan Lingtian. A hint of greed could be seen in the depth of his eyes despite his arrogance. "The disciple of the third-rate force, the five-element sect." "That's right. I'm Duan Lingtian." When Duan Lingtian saw the greed in Zuoyu's eyes, he did not even need to think about it to conclude that Zuoyu must have heard about the news of him obtaining the profundity fragment. Peng Bao's expression changed when he sensed the hostility between Duan Lingtian and Zuoyu. Although Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang knew that they were no match for Zuoyu even if they joined forces, they still stood behind Duan Lingtian firmly and glared at Zuoyu with hostility. Zuoyu's eyes gleamed. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He tilted his head and looked at the two young men standing in the distance. When he noticed the two of them looking at him from time to time, he did not attack Duan Lingtian. He knew very well that if the two of them found out about Duan Lingtian's identity, it would be difficult for him to obtain the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hands, even with his strength. Duan Lingtian could clearly see Zuoyu's little movements. Duan Lingtian could not help but look at the two young men in the distance. Among the two young men, one of them was tall and muscular. His body size was similar to Huang Daniu's. The other one was dressed in green and carried a sheathed spirit sword on his back. He was a sword cultivator. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and swept it toward the two of them. Soon, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. A hint of shock appeared on his face. At the same time, realization dawned on him. "I see." It seems like they're the strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo sect and North Nether sect. Duan Lingtian was certain of this after he probed their cultivation base. Their cultivation base was not inferior to Zuiyu's. Duan Lingtian noticed the concern that flashed in the depth of Zuiyu's eyes when he glanced at the two of them. For this reason, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess Zuiyu's thoughts. Elder brother Duan. At this moment, a familiar voice that sounded like an aureole clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. For a moment, Duan Lingtian stared at the source of the voice. Over there, a figure that looked like a fire spirit was flying out, heading straight for him. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian could not help but show a gentle smile when he saw the person. He flew out and greeted her. The figure that looked like a fire spirit was none other than Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian had been worried about Feng Tianwu's safety throughout the journey. Chapter 983. Elder Brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face could not help but blush as she stared at the purple-clad young man before her. It was as though blood was about to drip out of her cheeks. Presently, Feng Tianwu's peerlessly beautiful face that could captivate all living beings revealed a trace of shyness, and she looked lovely and moving, causing others to have the impulse to hold her in their arms and properly cherish her. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at the red-clad young lady before him. His eyes were filled with tenderness. Currently, when he faced Feng Tianwu, even he did not know what kind of feeling he had. It was no longer the unfamiliarity he had in the past. Instead, it seemed as though there was a sense of closeness. However, it was still a distance away from the feelings between lovers. However, every time he recalled the time when he and Zishang fell into the bottomless abyss at the side of the high platform when they had just entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Feng Tianwu had also jumped down without any regard for her own safety. His heart could not help but throb again. His heart wasn't made of iron and stone, so he was naturally able to deeply feel the kind of sacrifice that Feng Tianwu had made for him that exceeded her life. One had to admit, after that time, Feng Tianwu's position in his heart had undergone a tremendous change compared to before. It was as if only the last layer of membrane was poked open, and their hearts would be able to completely merge together. When Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy involuntarily extended out and landed on Feng Tianwu's body, he seemed to have discovered something and could not help but be stunned. Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had already broken through to the 4th level void interpretation. Compared to the 3rd level void interpretation from before, although there was a huge improvement, it was still not enough to make him stunned. What really made him stunned was the waves of scorching aura emitted from Feng Tianwu's body. This scorching aura was hidden in Feng Tianwu's body and was ready to burst out at any time. It was as though it wanted to ignite his spiritual energy. What happened? For a moment, Duan Lingtian, who had retracted his mental strength, had a serious expression on his face. His mental strength gave him the feeling that there was a terrifying flaming demonic beast sleeping in Feng Tianwu's body. Once that flaming demonic beast woke up, Feng Tianwu would be dead for sure. Duan Lingtian did not doubt this at all. Could it be the power of the fire spirit body? Soon, Duan Lingtian vaguely guessed the reason. This was the only reason. However, Tianwu is only 26 years old this year. It seems like there's still 4 years before the fire spirit body's true strength erupts. Duan Lingtian was rather puzzled by this. It seems like Tianwu must have encountered some accident in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. That's why the fire spirit body's energy in her body is becoming more and more unstable. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's expression became more and more serious. What a beautiful woman! Feng Tianwu's appearance successfully attracted the attention of Peng Bao, Zuiyu, and the other 2 young men who were standing not far away. At this moment, the 4 of them were stunned when they looked at Feng Tianwu. They had seen many beautiful women before. However, it was their first time seeing someone with such a temperament. They could not help but be tempted. Brother Lingtian, you're so lucky. While Peng Bao was stunned by Feng Tianwu's devastatingly beautiful face, he also noticed the way Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian. It was a look of adoration. Upon seeing this, he could not help but be envious. At the same time, he was happy for Duan Lingtian. Although he had not known Duan Lingtian for long, he had already become a true friend of Duan Lingtian due to their similar temperaments. Humph. Zhuoyu could not help but snort coldly. There was a hint of jealousy in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. After knowing Duan Lingtian's identity, his first thought was undoubtedly to kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. However, due to the presence of the other two people who were equally as famous as him in the northern desert, he did not make a move at that moment. He knew that if he attacked Duan Lingtian, he would definitely attract the attention of the other two people. At that time, the other two people would definitely join the fight. In that case, in the end, it was very likely that he would end up with nothing. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to ask Feng Tianwu if something had happened to her fire spirit body and Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Duan Lingtian, "You're really still alive." A loud voice resonated from afar, breaking the silence.
Whoosh.
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a bald young man in a kasaya flew out from a hole on one side of a huge cave wall at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he was standing not far away from Duan Lingtian. Xian Bei. Looking at the young monk who appeared in front of him, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. "You haven't fulfilled the agreement between us. Of course, I'll be alive and well." Xian Bei was the strongest person among the younger generation in Empyrean Temple. He was the young monk who had challenged Duan Lingtian to a battle in Skywolf Fort. "How about we fulfill the agreement now?" Xian Bei narrowed his eyes, slightly, with a smile on his face. He said slowly, "I'm very interested in the profundity fragment in your hand." Profundity fragment. Hearing Xian Bei's words, Zhuoyu, whose expression had changed when he heard Xian Bei call out Duan Lingtian's name, became gloomier and gloomier. Just now, when Xian Bei called out Duan Lingtian's name, he found that the two fellows from Azumo sect and North Nether sect, who were equally famous as him, had their eyes fixed on Duan Lingtian at the same time. But they didn't seem to react for a while. Now, when Xian Bei called out the profundity fragment without any scruples, he clearly saw the sudden realization on the two fellows' faces, and their eyes suddenly lit up. Oh no! Zhuoyu's heart sank. The thing he didn't want to happen the most still happened.
Whoosh. Whoosh.
Almost at the same time when Xian Bei's voice died away, the two young men standing in the distance finally moved. Their robes fluttered, and in the next moment, they disappeared into thin air. When they reappeared, they were already near Duan Lingtian, staring at Duan Lingtian fiercely. At this moment, the way they looked at Duan Lingtian was extremely bright. It didn't seem like they were sizing up a person, but more like they were sizing up a peerless treasure. "You're Duan Lingtian?" The disciple from a third-rate force who obtained the profundity fragment. Both of them stared at Duan Lingtian and spoke almost at the same time, interrogating Duan Lingtian. Feng Tianwu was originally quietly looking at her sweetheart. She only felt that she was extremely happy at this moment, but the two voices that suddenly rang out were like the cries of crows, breaking this short moment of silence and causing her beautiful face to change. Just when Feng Tianwu was about to explode, a gentle voice entered her ears through voice transmission and calmed her restless emotions. "Tianwu, did something happen to you in Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Why do I feel like the fire spirit body's energy in your body isn't as peaceful as before?" A gentle voice that was filled with concern completely suppressed Feng Tianwu's restless emotions, causing her pretty face to redden even more. It was as though blood was about to drip out of her cheeks. It felt good to be cared for by someone, let alone being cared for by her sweetheart.
Yes.
Feng Tianwu nodded and replied to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. "I obtained a 9th-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment not long ago." Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when Feng Tianwu reached this point. He was still curious earlier. There were 5 Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments in the periphery of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Apart from the 3 that he obtained, he did not know who had obtained the other 2. He only found out now that Tianwu had obtained one of them. Not only that, it's a 9th-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian was shocked. One must know that even among the 3 Monarch Stage Profundity fragments that he obtained, the best one was only an 8th-level Monarch Stage Profundity fragment. It was far from a 9th-level Monarch Stage Profundity fragment. Just as I was holding it in my hand, it separated from my palm and turned into a liquid energy that merged into my body. Feng Tianwu continued to speak. Duan Lingtian suppressed the shock in his heart and snapped back to reality. He listened attentively to Feng Tianwu's detailed experience in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This was Feng Tianwu's biggest secret. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu did not hold back at all. She did not hide anything at all. Duan Lingtian's expression turned even more solemn as he listened to Feng Tianwu's story. Tianwu, she can actually mobilize and cast the 1st-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. If it was an ordinary martial artist, perhaps it would be a good thing if they could mobilize and cast the 1st-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity. However, this person was Feng Tianwu, the owner of the Fire Spirit Body. If it's just an ordinary martial artist, it's impossible for the 9th-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity fragment to react like that. The Profundity fragment must have reacted like that because Tianwu has the Fire Spirit Body. Duan Lingtian was almost certain about this. I wonder if there's any record of Tianwu's experience in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Duan Lingtian, who was so concerned that his mind was in a mess, anxiously searched through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories of the 2 lives in an attempt to find the answer. He had a feeling that the change in the concept fragment in Tianwu's body and her ability to mobilize the 1st-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity were not good news for her. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu communicated through voice transmission. They stood there quietly, completely ignoring the questions from the 2 people from Izumo sect and North Nether sect. At this moment, the burly young man from Izumo sect and the green-clad young man from North Nether sect could not help but turn gloomy. Haha. Lei Zhong, Su Qing, I can't be bothered with both of you. At this moment, Zuoyu could not help but laugh out loud. He looked at his 2 old rivals with a mocking expression. Lei Zhong was the strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo sect. He was also the direct disciple of the only martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect. Chapter 984. When Su Qing heard the sarcasm in Zuoyu's words, he realized Zuoyu was trying to sow discord. Therefore, he quickly returned to his normal state, neither happy nor angry.
Whoosh.
Unlike Su Qing, Lei Zhong's expression changed drastically. How could he, who had a bad temper, hold himself back when he heard Zuoyu's sarcasm? With a flash of his body, he seemed to have transformed into a ferocious goshawk in an instant as he flew out and pounced towards Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner at an extremely fast speed.
Whoosh.
When Lei Zhong flew out, a milky white flame rose from his body. As soon as the milky white flame appeared, it transformed into a fiery red flame that covered the sky. It made him seem like he had transformed into a vast and swollen flame that swept towards Duan Lingtian. He wanted to devour Duan Lingtian.
Whoosh.
Lei Zhong, who was covered in flames, looked like the god of fire that had descended to the world. When he punched out, it was like a big burning fireball that caused the air to compress and set off a series of air explosions. When the air explosions sounded, a scorching airwave spread out. The heaven and earth energy above Lei Zhong's had stirred and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. First, 600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. Subsequently, another 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. 4th level Void Transformation Stage. 4th level Advanced Fire Concept. The gap between the 4th level of the Void Transformation Stage and the 3rd level of the Void Transformation Stage was like a chasm that was difficult to cross. A 3rd level Void Transformation Stage martial artist's full origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. On the other hand, A fourth-level void transformation stage martial artist's full origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 600 ancient horned dragons. Compared to the former, it was an extra 200 ancient horned dragons' strength.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
The airwave that swept out from the compression of the air set off a series of scorching gales. It caused the people present to feel waves of heat hitting their faces. This feeling made them very uncomfortable. Currently, Lei Zhong was attacking Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. He did not even use his spirit weapon. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, a mere young disciple from a third-rate force was not qualified enough for him to use his spirit weapon. As for Duan Lingtian obtaining the profundity fragment, in his opinion, it was purely due to Duan Lingtian's good luck.
Whoosh.
With 1,100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head, Lei Zhong punched out his fist. It was like a cannonball that was shot out of a barrel and filled the sky with flames. It flew straight towards Duan Lingtian, as if he wanted to smash Duan Lingtian into pieces with one punch. Elder brother Duan, be careful. In a hurry, Feng Tianwu reacted. Her expression changed greatly as she cried out in alarm. At the same time as she reminded Duan Lingtian, her eyes turned red, and her body emitted a terrifying burning aura that continued to rise. When flames rose from Feng Tianwu's body, the heaven and earth energy above her head stirred, and it seemed like it was about to condense into 1,000, or even 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Don't worry, I can handle him. When the flames on Feng Tianwu's body rose up and she was slightly unable to control them, a voice transmission entered into her ears, and it caused her to be completely at ease. She trusted the owner of the voice unconditionally. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian, who seemed to be absent-minded and unguarded, turned around in an instant. He raised his hand and threw a punch out to meet Lei Zhong's punch that was filled with flames that covered the sky and was coming at him with a fierce momentum.
Whoosh.
Duan Lingtian smashed out with his fist, and his milky white origin energy skyrocketed to instantly transform into a vast earthen yellow energy that was coiled with deep violet-colored lightning bolts and material azure-colored strong winds. That was not all. When he punched out, there was even a sword energy that followed him like a shadow. It contained an extremely terrifying sword concept.
Boom, 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 boom.
When Duan Lingtian punched out, the air was compressed once again, and it gave rise to a wave of explosive sounds that sounded like thunder. Not only that, the airwave that was filled with an extremely strong impact force spread out in all directions and gave rise to waves of piercingly cold gales that collided with the scorching gales that Lei Zhong gave rise to. Following that, another series of explosions rang out, rising and falling one after another, continuous and unending. The robes of the people present fluttered in the wind, making flapping sounds. However, none of them paid attention to all of this. Their gazes were locked tightly onto the two people that were about to collide. More precisely speaking, it was the two fists that were about to collide.
Whoosh.
The flames on Lei Zhong's body skyrocketed and raged as he punched out. It was like the fury of the god of fire that tore through the sky and gave rise to a scorching aura that covered the heavens and the earth that enveloped Duan Lingtian.
Whoosh.
The violet clothes on Duan Lingtian's body fluttered and swelled as he punched out. The punch that contained his origin energy and 4 types of concepts that were mixed together met Lei Zhong head-on without holding back. Bang! Both of their fists collided in an instant. The two forces collided with each other and gave rise to a deafening loud bang. In the air, waves of air could be clearly seen spreading out like ripples, spreading out in all directions. Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, whose cultivation base was weaker, changed their expressions. They could only feel the qi and blood in their bodies surging as they were faintly affected. So powerful. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was not at a disadvantage, when he punched out with his bare hands and collided with Lei Zhong's fist, Huang Daniu and the other two calmed down the surging qi and blood in their bodies. Their eyes lit up.
Bang, 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 bang.
With the point where Duan Lingtian and Lei Zhong's fists collided as the center, the air wave that was like a ripple spread out like a ripple. Gusts of wind that were even more powerful gushed out. Crack, crack. In an instant, the hair bands on Duan Lingtian and Lei Zhong's heads broke almost at the same time. Their long hair fluttered in the wind like tiny black snakes dancing in the air.
Bang, 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 bang.
At the point where Duan Lingtian and Lei Zhong's fists collided, both of their energies continued to collide and collide, setting off a series of deafening explosions. They were evenly matched. How's this possible? Upon seeing this, Zhueyu's eyes narrowed. Disbelief was written all over his face. He found it hard to believe that everything before his eyes was real. That Duan Lingtian, a young disciple from a mere third-rate force who looked like he was only 25 years old, was actually able to fight Lei Zhong to a draw and be evenly matched with him? This Duan Lingtian is even more powerful than Lei Zhong. Su Qing, who was originally calm, could not help but be moved. He muttered to himself, in the fight between them, Lei Zhong had the upper hand and made the first move. Even so, Duan Lingtian, who hurriedly punched out, was still able to take Lei Zhong's punch head-on. The energy contained in Duan Lingtian's punch is definitely more powerful than Lei Zhong's. If it's only evenly matched with Lei Zhong, it's impossible for him to be in a stalemate with Lei Zhong when he hurriedly punched out. Compared to Zhueyu, Su Qing had a clearer understanding of the scene before his eyes. Duan Lingtian was even more powerful. As though it set off Su Qing's mutterings at the same time, the rolling heaven and earth energy above Duan Lingtian's had finally gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. 1,200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons condensed into form and descended in an imposing manner. Such a heaven and earth phenomenon was undoubtedly telling the truth. The punch that Duan Lingtian threw out with his bare hands contained the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons. Compared to the 1,100 ancient horned dragons' strength contained in the Thunderbell Fist, it was 100 ancient horned dragons' strength more. 1,200 ancient horned dragon strength. Duan Lingtian's third-level Void Transformation Cultivation Base was equivalent to 400 ancient horned dragon strength. Third-level Advanced Wind Concept was equivalent to 400 ancient horned dragon strength. The ninth-level Intermediate Earth Concept and Sword Concept combined was equivalent to 200 ancient horned dragon strength. Coupled with the first-level Advanced Thunder Concept that was equivalent to 200 ancient horned dragon strength, it was exactly 1,200 ancient horned dragon strength. That was right. Duan Lingtian's Thunder Concept had made a breakthrough. On the same day that he killed Lei Jun, he successfully made a breakthrough from the 9th-level Intermediate stage to the 1st-level Advanced stage.
Boom.
Another loud explosion reverberated in the air. At the same time that the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's had consolidated, the purple lightning on his fist became even more profound and raging. At the same time, Duan Lingtian caught his breath from the disadvantage of losing the initiative due to his hasty attack. His entire body erupted with the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons as he charged out. After turning the tables around, the result of the 1,200 ancient horned dragon strength against Lei Zhong's 1,100 ancient horned dragon strength was obvious. Crushing. It was a complete and utter suppression. Impossible. He was sent flying by Duan Lingtian's punch. Lei Zhong did not scream when he felt a bone-piercing pain from his hand. Instead, he narrowed his eyes. He could not believe what was happening before his eyes. A mere disciple from a third-rate force was actually able to suppress him in one fell swoop under the situation where he had the initiative and gained the initiative. Regardless of whether Lei Zhong was willing to believe it or not, his strength was inferior to Duan Lingtian. It was an undeniable fact that he was sent flying and was heavily injured.
Barf.
Lei Zhong, who was sent flying by Duan Lingtian's punch, finally managed to stabilize his body after flying for over 100 meters. At the same time, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of dazzling blood.
I,
I'm injured? I'm injured by a young disciple from a third-rate force? Lei Zhong wiped the corner of his mouth and looked at the blood on his hand. His eyes narrowed, and his face became a little stiff. However, soon after, he seemed to have noticed something. With a jolt, he regained his senses. This was because he noticed that Duan Lingtian, the disciple from the third-rate Force 5 element sect, did not seem to want to stop after sending him flying with just one punch. Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold, and his face was covered with frost. He stepped out in the air at a speed that was neither fast nor slow as he flew towards Lei Zhong. A cold, killing intent flickered in his eyes. In his opinion, he wanted to kill the number one powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo sect. Not only did he want to make his opponent pay for his rashness, but more importantly, he wanted to establish his dominance. At this moment, more and more people started to appear in this huge cave. Among them, there was no lack of disciples from Anika sect, North Nether sect, and Izumo sect.
bang, bang, bang.
At this moment, the scene was so quiet that it was terrifying. Every time Duan Lingtian took a step forward, the air would vibrate and emit a soft sound. Chapter 985.
Bang, bang.
Every step that Duan Lingtian took was like a giant hammer slamming on Lei Zhong's chest, causing his breathing to quicken. He could not calm down for a long time. Lei Zhong's face turned grave when he noticed the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He quickly took out a healing pill and consumed it. However, with his current injuries, it would be difficult for him to recover in a short time, even if he consumed the healing pill. It affected his strength. Whoosh! A saber suddenly appeared in Lei Zhong's uninjured left hand. It was a thick saber. As the flame in his hand soared and merged with the saber, a saber ray bloomed. Whoosh! In the void above his head, the heaven and earth energy consolidated 1,100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons again. Then, more than 520 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. More than 1,620 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons hovered in the void above Lei Zhong's head. They were ready to attack at any time. However, perhaps it was because he had not recovered from his injuries. The 1,620 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Lei Zhong's head were extremely unstable. In just a few moments, the number of silhouettes decreased to 1,500. Then, the number dropped to 1,400. After that, there were no more than 1,500 silhouettes. At this moment, a sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand as he took a step forward. It was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. As soon as the quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared, along with Duan Lingtian's energy surging into it, another 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 1,200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan Lingtian's head. 1,600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Such a heaven and earth phenomenon was enough to shock people. However, many of the people present could not help but be stunned. These people were Zuoyu, Su Qing, Peng Bao, and the other young disciples from the second-rate forces. Duan Lingtian only has the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons after using his spirit weapon. Compared to Lei Zhong, who used his spirit weapon in his prime, he's more than 20 ancient horned dragons weaker. However, without using his spirit weapon, his strength is more than 100 ancient horned dragons stronger than Lei Zhong. What's going on? Could it be that he's hiding something? That's the only way. Otherwise, wouldn't Lei Zhong be defeated in vain today? Due to the fact that Lei Zhong was severely injured by Duan Lingtian, it's difficult for him to unleash his full strength. Even if he uses his spirit weapon, his strength won't surpass the strength of 150 ancient horned dragons. The people who were discussing animatedly were the disciples of Anika sect and North Nether sect who had made it to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. There were no more than 5 of them in total. There was a hint of schadenfreude in their words. In their opinion, as long as Duan Lingtian dared to kill Lei Zhong would definitely die today. The 2 surviving Izumo sect disciples had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Lei Zhong was the strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo sect. In their eyes, he was the invincible god of battle. However, today, the invincible war god in their eyes was at a disadvantage in front of a disciple from a third-rate force. Moreover, his life was in danger. At this moment, almost all of the disciples from the second-rate forces who had made it to this place knew the identity of Duan Lingtian. They had already heard of the name Duan Lingtian before they came here. The strongest person among the younger generation in the third-rate force, Five-Element sect, had obtained a profundity fragment at the periphery of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. To think that I still wanted to encounter this Duan Lingtian and kill him to snatch the profundity fragment in his hands. Now that I think about it, it's fortunate that I didn't encounter him. Otherwise, the one who would die would definitely be me. One of the Izumo sect's disciples smiled wryly. Of course. Even senior brother Lei Zhong was severely injured by him.
How can we compare to his strength?
With such strength, it's no wonder that he could obtain the profundity fragment. The other Izumo sect's disciple agreed. Then, he added, however, as long as he's not crazy, I don't think he would dare to kill senior brother Lei Zhong. Otherwise, not only him, but even the third-rate force, Five-Element sect, that he's in, would have to bear the wrath of our Izumo sect. That's right. Unless he can kill all of us who witnessed him killing senior brother Lei Zhong with our own eyes. Otherwise, even if he kills senior brother Lei Zhong, he won't be able to live. Not only that, but his sect will also be implicated. The Izumo sect's disciple in front agreed. At this moment, most of the other people also felt that Duan Lingtian would not dare to kill Lei Zhong. After all, killing Lei Zhong was equivalent to offending Izumo sect. Izumo sect was one of the three most powerful second-rate forces in the northern desert. They only needed to send out a martial monarch powerhouse to remove the third-rate force, Five-Element sect, from the northern desert without any effort. However, how could they guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts? When they saw Duan Lingtian increasing his speed and charging toward Lei Zhong again, and in just 3 moves, he sent the thick saber in Lei Zhong's hand flying and severely injured him again, they were stunned. They were completely dumbfounded. This disciple from a third-rate force was actually so powerful? When they saw Duan Lingtian lifting his hand and leisurely swinging his sword to pierce Lei Zhong's throat and kill him, he's crazy. This Duan Lingtian is crazy. Isn't he afraid of Izumo sect's revenge? At this moment, other than the 2 young disciples from Izumo sect who were stunned, the disciples from Enika sect and North Nether sect could not help but mutter to themselves. They felt their scalps go numb. Was this purple-clad young man really a disciple from a third-rate force? Since when did a disciple from a third-rate force become so bold?
Duan Lingtian.
Just when Zuiyu, Su Qing, and Peng Bao were shocked by Duan Lingtian's actions, Peng Bao cried out anxiously, trying to stop Duan Lingtian from killing Lei Zhong. In his opinion, if Duan Lingtian swung his sword, not only would he die, but the third-rate force, Five-Element sect, would also be annihilated. As a disciple of Enika sect, he knew very well. The wrath of Izumo sect was no joke. If a disciple from a third-rate force dared to kill him, the result would be the same. The Enika sect that he was in would spare no effort to kill the disciple from the third-rate force before annihilating the third-rate force. The dignity of a second-rate force could not be blasphemed by a third-rate force. In the eyes of a second-rate force, a person from a third-rate force, or even the third-rate force, was like an ant that could not even withstand a single blow. Upon hearing Peng Bao's voice, Duan Lingtian's right hand shook and moved the sword away. However, his left hand did not remain idle as he slammed his palm down and heavily injured Lei Zhong again. Barf. Lei Zhong spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was pale and bloodless. His body swayed as though he would fall from the sky at any time.
Whoosh.
Duan Lingtian reached out his left hand and grabbed Lei Zhong's throat, lifting him up forcefully. At this moment, Lei Zhong would definitely die if he exerted more force in his hand. As Duan Lingtian lifted Lei Zhong up by his neck, he looked at Peng Bao with a hint of confusion in his eyes. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian, you can hurt Lei Zhong if you want, but don't kill him on impulse. Everything will be fine if he doesn't die. If he dies, not only you, but even the 5-element sect behind you will definitely be annihilated. Peng Bao did not beat around the bush and bluntly voiced his concerns. The reason he said all this was because he regarded Duan Lingtian as a friend. He did not want to see Duan Lingtian walk on the path of no return. 5-element sect? Upon hearing Peng Bao's words, Duan Lingtian frowned and sighed. I forgot. It's difficult for 5-element sect to deal with the wrath of Izumo sect. Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, but it entered everyone's ears. For a moment, almost everyone present, including Feng Tianwu, thought Duan Lingtian would not kill Lei Zhong anymore. This Duan Lingtian finally gave in. Of course, the wrath of Izumo sect is not something he and 5-element sect can handle. The few young disciples from Enika sect and North Nether sect whispered among themselves. They were not surprised by this outcome at all. As for the 2 young disciples from Izumo sect, they smiled smugly. The fact that Izumo sect had such a great deterrent force made them feel proud to be Izumo sect's disciples. Cough. Duan Lingtian, you don't dare to kill me after all. Today, I'll definitely step into 5-element sect and make you pay 10 times, no, 100 times for everything you've done to me today. Lei Zhong, who was lifted up by the neck by Duan Lingtian and humiliated, stared at Duan Lingtian with a pair of extremely cold eyes as he gritted his teeth and said with great difficulty. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear his words. He continued to frown as though he was thinking about something. Finally, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. Today, I, Duan Lingtian, hereby announce that from this moment onward, I, Duan Lingtian, am no longer part with 5-element sect. From today onward, the matters of 5-element sect have nothing to do with me, and my matters have nothing to do with 5-element sect as well. Duan Lingtian finally opened his mouth. The moment he opened his mouth, he said something that was inexplicably shocking. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a dead silence. What is this Duan Lingtian trying to do? This was what most of the people present were thinking. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu was the first to react. She realized what Duan Lingtian was going to do next. Her beautiful face was filled with solemnity. Brother Lingtian, don't be rash. Even if you leave 5-element sect, Izumo sect will not attack 5-element sect out of respect. However, you'll have to bear the wrath of Izumo sect and be hunted down by them. It's not worth it to offend the entire Izumo sect just because of Lei Zhong. Soon after, Peng Bao also reacted. His expression changed again as he hurriedly advised.
Duan Lingtian.
Brother Lingtian's. Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. They were afraid that Duan Lingtian would really kill Lei Zhong and bring trouble to himself. You're Lei Zhong's. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian looked at Lei Zhong and asked in a calm tone. That's right. I'm Lei Zhong, the direct disciple of the only martial emperor in Izumo sect. Chapter 986.
Slap.
Almost at the same time when Lei Zhong's words left his mouth, a clear sound of a slap reverberated in the air and entered everyone's ears. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and gave Lei Zhong a loud slap. A clear palm print was left on half of Lei Zhong's face, causing it to swell. For a moment, the crowd felt their scalps go numb. This Duan Lingtian was too awesome, right? He even dared to slap Lei Zhong after he said he was the direct disciple of a martial monarch powerhouse. They had to admit that they admired Duan Lingtian's courage from the bottom of their hearts. However, admiration was one thing, but it did not mean they agreed with Duan Lingtian's actions. You're seeking death. At the same time, many people felt that Duan Lingtian was seeking death, including Zuiyu, the strongest person among the younger generation in Enika sect. At this moment, Zuiyu looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's action was undoubtedly challenging the dignity of the martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect. Even if Duan Lingtian could make it out alive from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he would definitely die. It was impossible for the martial monarch powerhouse to let him go. I'm only asking if you're Thunderbell. Did I ask whose direct disciple you are? After giving Lei Zhong a slap, Duan Lingtian said calmly as he looked at Lei Zhong, who was glaring at him furiously. He could not wait to turn him into ashes. You, Lei Zhong's eyes narrowed. He wanted to say something. Slap. Another loud slap landed on the other half of Lei Zhong's face, turning his face into a pig's head. Did I ask you to speak? After giving Lei Zhong another slap, Duan Lingtian continued to look at Lei Zhong calmly. Lei Zhong was so humiliated that he glared at Duan Lingtian with even more hatred. However, he did not dare to say anything. He believed that if he dared to say a single word now, the other party would definitely not hesitate to give him another slap. This purple-clothed youth was simply a lunatic, an out-and-out lunatic. When the crowd saw Duan Lingtian giving Lei Zhong another slap, they felt their scalps go numb again. They felt that Duan Lingtian was too bold. He did not even take a martial monarch realm expert seriously. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Duan Lingtian's tone was still calm as he stared at Lei Zhong and asked word by word. This time, Lei Zhong didn't say anything. However, the cold glint in his eyes undoubtedly showed what he thought in his heart. Smack. Another resounding slap rang out, shocking the onlookers to the point that their heartbeats quickened, and all of them felt a chill run down their spines. Didn't you hear me? Duan Lingtian, who gave Lei Zhong another slap, causing Lei Zhong's eyes to almost pop out of their sockets, spoke once more. His voice wasn't calm any longer, and it seemed to contain a trace of coldness. Don't tell me you dare to kill me? Finally, Lei Zhong swallowed a mouthful of blood that he almost spat out and asked in a hoarse and cold voice. You're called Lei Zhong. I wonder, how is Lei Jun, the second strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo sect, related to you? Duan Lingtian ignored Lei Zhong and continued to ask. He had a feeling that both Lei Zhong and Lei Jun had the surname Lei, and they were both the most outstanding disciples among the younger generation in Izumo sect. He's my younger brother, and he's also the direct disciple of our Izumo sect's sect leader. When Lei Zhong heard Duan Lingtian mentioning Lei Jun, his pale face was filled with pride. Your younger brother? What a coincidence! Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was exceptionally radiant. In the end, his voice gradually turned cold, as though it came from an ice cave. Do you think that since I dared to kill your younger brother, I wouldn't dare to kill you?
Gasp.
The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place was in an uproar. Duan Lingtian had killed Lei Zhong's younger brother, Lei Jun, the direct disciple of the sect leader of Izumo sect. It's over. It's over. When Peng Bao heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned before a wry smile appeared on his face. He knew that from the moment Duan Lingtian said those words, it was destined that Duan Lingtian and Izumo sect would not rest until one of them was dead. No wonder I didn't see Lei Jun. He must have arrived at the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure earlier than us. I can't believe he's already dead. At this moment, it was not only Peng Bao. Even Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong were struck by a realization. As for where and when Lei Jun died, it was not difficult for them to figure it out. Some time ago, Lei Jun had a falling out with Peng Bao and left on his own. They were on their way to the central area of the martial emperor's secret treasure with Duan Lingtian. During this period, they had only separated once. It was when they went their separate ways to explore the cave with 6 entrances. Come to think of it, Duan Lingtian must have encountered Lei Jun at that time and killed him. This Duan Lingtian is dead meat. Zhuoyu sneered. He was clearly rejoicing in Lei Jun's misfortune. Su Qing's expression was calm, but he could not help but reveal a hint of surprise in his eyes. He was surprised by Duan Lingtian's boldness. It seems like Lei Zhong is dead meat this time. Su Qing sighed inwardly. Since Duan Lingtian had publicly announced that he had killed Lei Jun, it was clear that he was determined to kill Lei Zhong.
What?
You killed my brother? Lei Zhong's eyes narrowed, and his pale face changed again. His body, which was held by Duan Lingtian by the neck, trembled violently due to anger. His eyes were filled with extreme coldness. You're dead meat. You're dead meat. Lei Zhong roared in a hoarse voice. You won't have the chance to see if I'm dead meat or not. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly tightened his grip on Lei Zhong's neck.
Crack.
The crisp sound of bones breaking reverberated in the air. It sent chills down the spines of the onlookers as their scalps went numb. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Lei Zhong, whose eyes were wide open, did not even have the time to scream before his head swung to the side. He was no longer breathing. His eyes, which were originally filled with anger, became dull and lifeless. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and removed the spatial ring from Lei Zhong's hand. At the same time, he released his grip and allowed Lei Zhong's body to fall. He fell from a height of hundreds of meters and turned into a pile of mush. Silence. The scene was terrifyingly quiet. Although everyone knew Duan Lingtian would definitely kill Lei Zhong when he said he had killed Lei Jun before, they did not expect him to kill Lei Zhong as well. After all, after he admitted that he had killed Lei Jun, even if he did not kill Lei Zhong, he would still end up the same way after he left the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Since the outcome would be the same, and he had taken the initiative to admit that he had killed Lei Jun, it was only natural that he would not let Lei Zhong go. Due to this reason, Lei Zhong was dead. Although it was within their expectations, it still made them tremble with fear. This was especially true for the disciples from the three major second-rate forces. They knew very well the position of the two brothers, Lei Zhong and Lei Jun, in Izumo sect. These two brothers were not only the leading figures of the current generation of Izumo sect's young generation and the future pillars of Izumo sect, but they were also the direct disciples of the two powerhouses in Izumo sect. The strongest powerhouse in Izumo sect was Lei Zhong's master. He was also the only martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect, the Supreme Elder. As for the second strongest powerhouse in Izumo sect, he was the current sect leader of Izumo sect, Lei Jun's master. The fact that Duan Lingtian had killed Lei Zhong and Lei Jun was equivalent to slapping the two powerhouses in Izumo sect. He had completely disregarded their dignity. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a few more people arrived at the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure one after another. They just happened to see Duan Lingtian killing Lei Zhong and smashing him into a pile of mincemeat. Who's so unlucky to have the guts to provoke senior brother Lingtian? Among this group of people, there was no lack of five-element sect's disciples. They could not help but mourn for Lei Zhong. Of course, the reason they thought so was because they did not know Lei Zhong's identity. Otherwise, they would not have taken it for granted. He's actually still alive. Among the few surviving five-element sect's disciples, one of them had a hint of horror and disbelief in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he had seen something unbelievable. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a swift figure appeared in the sky above the central palace, just in time. The moment Zhang Yan arrived, he saw the scene of Duan Lingtian killing someone. That person doesn't seem to be the young powerhouse who came in from entrance number 2 with us. Looking at the corpse that was smashed into a pile of minced meat, Zhang Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. Since he did not come in from entrance number 2, he could only come in from entrance number 1. During his journey here, he had a certain understanding of the group of young powerhouses who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He knew that other than entrance number 2, there was only one other person who came in from entrance number 1. The people who came in from entrance number 1 were the group of young disciples from the three major second-rate forces in the northern desert. Duan Lingtian actually killed a second-rate forces disciple in front of so many people? The corner of Zhang Yan's mouth could not help but twitch slightly. Although he had killed a few second-rate forces disciples along the way, it was under the circumstance that no one else knew about it. He knew he did not have the courage to kill a second-rate forces disciple in front of so many people. Although there was only a difference of one word between a second-rate force and a third-rate force like the emotion-severing sect that he was in, the difference in strength and foundation was like heaven and earth. Xianbei, what's going on? In the end, Zhang Yan could not help but look at the young monk standing nearby and asked through voice transmission. At this moment, the young monk looked at the purple-clad young man standing in the distance in a daze. He did not regain his senses for a long time. Zhang Yan's voice transmission caused him to shudder and regain his senses. He could not help but smile wryly as he replied through voice transmission. What else could it be? Duan Lingtian killed Lei Zhong from Izumo sect. When Duan Lingtian displayed the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons without using any spirit weapon, Zhang Yan knew what he was doing. He knew he was far from being a match for Duan Lingtian. Lei Zhong? Where have I heard this name before? Chapter 987. Izumo Sect. Xianbei reminded him. In the northern desert, the three second-rate forces Izumo Sect, Anika Sect, and North Nether Sect undoubtedly stood at the peak. As one of the many third-rate forces in the northern desert, although they did not have much interaction with the second-rate forces, they still heard about some of the things that happened in the second-rate forces. Lei Zhong? Izumo Sect? After Xianbei's reminder, Zhang Yan's thoughts gradually became clearer. Soon his face was filled with shock. His eyes could not help but narrow as he muttered, could this Lei Zhong be the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo Sect? Then, Zhang Yan looked at Duan Lingtian and felt his scalp go numb. This Duan Lingtian, his strength, how much has he improved? He can even kill Lei Zhong from Izumo Sect. He had long heard about Lei Zhong, the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo Sect. According to the rumors, Lei Zhong's cultivation base had already entered the 4th level void transformation, and he had even comprehended the 4th level advanced fire concept. In the entire northern desert, he was considered a top powerhouse among the young powerhouses. He was far from what he could compare to now. However, such a powerful young powerhouse had been killed by Duan Lingtian. For a moment, Zhang Yan could not help but be shocked by Duan Lingtian's current strength. At the same time, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is really bold. He actually dares to kill Lei Zhong. It's said that Lei Zhong is not only the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo Sect, but he's also the direct disciple of the martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo Sect. He had killed the direct disciple of a martial monarch powerhouse in front of so many people. Zhang Yan could almost foresee Duan Lingtian's fate in the future. Duan Lingtian killed Lei Zhong, the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo Sect. Duan Lingtian has already announced that he's leaving our 5-element sect. Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, Tan Huan, and Tianzhen, who had rushed to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, were all shocked by the news they heard from the other 5-element sect's disciples. Even though Nangong Chen's expression was still cold, his eyes were filled with fear. Tianwu, the energy in your body seems to be extremely unstable. When you tried to mobilize and cast the fire profundity earlier, I could clearly feel that it was completely out of your control. Duan Lingtian, who had become the center of attention, did not care about the gazes of others. He once again returned to Feng Tianwu's side and spoke with a solemn expression via voice transmission. Not only that, once you cast the fire profundity, it might trigger the fire spirit body's energy in your body and cause it to erupt in advance. At that time, I'm afraid your life will be in danger. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of worry could be seen between his brows. Elder brother Duan, you don't have to worry. If it's not necessary, I won't cast the fire profundity. Feng Tianwu's heart was filled with warmth when she heard Duan Lingtian's concern. Her beautiful face blushed slightly as she replied softly and obediently.
All right.
Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. As long as Feng Tianwu did not mobilize and cast the fire profundity by force, the fire spirit body's energy in her body would not erupt. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked around and noticed that there were many more familiar faces at the scene. For example, Zhang Yan, Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, Tan Huan, Tianjun, and the other 5 Element Sect's disciples, Empyrean Temple's disciples, Blade Sect's disciples, and Emotion Severing Sect's disciples. Unfortunately, Chen Wei didn't make it here alive. The moment he thought of Chen Wei, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. Looks like the show of strength earlier is still effective. Duan Lingtian glanced at the group of young powerhouses around him and noticed that most of them had a hint of fear in their eyes when they looked at him. Even Su Qing, the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether Sect, and Zuiyu, the strongest person among the younger generation in Anika Sect, had a hint of dread in their eyes when they looked at him. Xian Bei, you said earlier that you're interested in the profundity fragment in my hand? Are you trying to snatch it away from me? As though he was reminded of something, Duan Lingtian suddenly looked at Xian Bei with a faint smile on his face. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone's eyes shifted to Xian Bei. This monk from Empyrean Temple suddenly became the center of attention. Ha! Bald donkey, didn't you want to snatch the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand earlier? You were interrupted earlier, so you didn't succeed. Now that nobody interrupted you, why aren't you snatching it away? Huang Daniu could not help but look at Xian Bei when he recalled the earlier scene. He laughed mockingly.
What?
Senior brother Xian Bei wanted to snatch the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand earlier? The few surviving Empyrean Temple disciples looked at each other in disbelief. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. Was senior brother Xian Bei's head kicked by a donkey? When Duan Lingtian looked at him, Xian Bei realized something was wrong. When Duan Lingtian repeated what he said earlier, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. What a joke. The reason he said those words earlier was because he thought he could defeat Duan Lingtian with his strength. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, he completely dispelled the thought of fighting with Duan Lingtian. He did not want to be humiliated. Duan Lingtian, the agreement between you and me is over. I know I'm no match for you. Taking a deep breath, Xian Bei no longer cared about his reputation. His expression was that of a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Duan Lingtian looked at Xian Bei deeply. He did not intend to argue with him. He did not have a good impression of this little monk from Empyrean Temple, but he did not have a bad impression of him either. As for what the other party said earlier, he did not take it to heart. Even if Xian Bei was in his position and possessed the profundity fragment, he would also say the same thing if he was in Xian Bei's position. After all, as long as one was a martial artist, they would be interested in the profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian, after leaving Emperor Wu's secret treasure, run as far as you can. Since you've announced your departure from 5 Element Sect in front of so many people, I don't think Izumo Sect will attack 5 Element Sect for the sake of their reputation. However, you're different. A voice transmission that was filled with concern sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. For the sake of taking revenge for Lei Zhong and Lei Jun, Izumo Sect will surely spare no expense to kill you. Fortunately, you didn't come in through the same entrance as us. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to escape even if you wanted to. The person who sent the voice transmission was none other than Peng Bao, the Anika Sect's disciple. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Duan Lingtian looked at Peng Bao, who was looking at him with concern. He felt warmth in his heart as he responded with a smile. Just like what he had said, he knew what he was doing. Since he dared to kill Lei Zhong, it meant he had prepared a way out for himself. Leaving 5 Element Sect was only the first step. Naturally, the most important reason for leaving 5 Element Sect was that he did not want to implicate 5 Element Sect because of his own matters. He could leave without a word, but 5 Element Sect could not. If 5 Element Sect was annihilated by Izumo Sect because of him, he would not be at ease. Is this the palace left behind by the martial emperor powerhouse? Was it the place where he died? Suddenly someone said, "That's right." At this moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention away from Xianbei to the gigantic palace. Their eyes shone brightly. They had come all the way here for the palace left behind by the martial emperor powerhouse. Putting aside the other treasures in this palace, the profound profundity fragment contained the profound profundity fragment. Just the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body alone were enough to drive anyone crazy. One of them was an Emperor stage profundity fragment. The palace is surrounded by densely packed killing formations. How am I supposed to get in? Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy. The moment it shrouded the palace, he discovered the terrifying killing formations. The power of these killing formations was in no way inferior to the killing formation at entrance number 2. Profundity fragment. Just when Duan Lingtian was feeling wary, a blade sex disciple exclaimed excitedly. He dove down and dashed toward the palace, wanting to be the first to enter. As the saying went, the early bird gets the worm. Perhaps, in his opinion, the first person to enter the palace would have a higher chance of finding Emperor Wu's body and obtaining the profundity fragment in Emperor Wu's body.
Whoosh.
The blade sex disciple was extremely fast. In just a moment, he arrived in front of the palace and dashed toward the entrance. Haha! The blade sex disciple stood outside the palace and laughed excitedly. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he dashed toward the entrance. When the young powerhouses from the other forces saw the blade sex disciple making his move, they were eager to make their move as well. However, what happened in the next moment caused fear to appear on their faces. They immediately became obedient. The blade sex disciple flew out. However, before he could even get close to the entrance of the palace, it was as though he was blocked by an invisible force.
Boom.
In the next instant, under the watchful eyes of the others, the blade sex disciple's body mysteriously exploded and turned into a bloody rain that splattered in front of the entrance of the palace.
Gasp, 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 gasp.
Upon seeing this, the only thing that could be heard was the sound of people sucking in cold air. It's an inscription formation. Soon after, someone regained his senses. The way he looked at the gigantic palace changed completely. The way everyone looked at the palace was no longer as though they were looking at a pile of rare treasures. Instead, it was more like they were looking at a ferocious and terrifying beast. Their eyes were filled with fear. There's a killing formation around the palace. How are we going to get in? Many young powerhouses frowned. They had a troubled expression on their faces. The treasure was right in front of them. However, it was still a problem whether they could make it in alive. Since that Emperor Wu left this place behind and asked us to retrieve the 3 profundity fragments from his body, it's impossible for him to reject us. Chapter 988. Indeed. Since Emperor Wu left such a place behind, and his body is inside, logically speaking, it's impossible for him to not let us in. Many people agreed. Huh? Just when everyone was at a loss over the killing formation that enveloped the palace, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy that he extended out discovered an inkling of something. He discovered something. After the blade sex disciple was killed by the killing formation that shrouded the palace, the killing formation seemed to have completed its mission. It gradually faded away before it disappeared. Don't tell me that the killing formation that the martial emperor set up outside the palace can be broken as long as someone offers their life as a sacrifice? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he raised his eyebrows. Since he had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he was no stranger to the idea of breaking a formation with a blood sacrifice. As long as the inscription master who set up the killing formation had the intention, he could set up the killing formation so that it could be broken with a blood sacrifice. As long as someone died under the killing formation would automatically be broken. Lucky young people, welcome. Just as Duan Lingtian was lost in his thoughts, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered the ears of everyone present on the scene, causing their faces to turn slightly solemn. After the killing formation is broken, a polyphony formation has been activated. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force noticed this at the first possible moment. It's the voice of that Emperor Wu powerhouse. At once, the group of young powerhouses present recognized the owner of the voice. Ever since they entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they had heard this voice a few times. Soon after, the voice of the Emperor Wu powerhouse that left a message in the polyphony formation resonated again. The blood sacrifice is complete, and the killing formation is broken. Lucky young people, all of you can enter now. The voice of the Emperor Wu powerhouse did not contain any emotions. It was extremely cold. The blood sacrifice is complete. When the group of young powerhouses present heard the words of the Emperor Wu powerhouse, they were stunned before they regained their senses. Horror dawned on them one after another. If that's the case, does this mean that it was that Blade Sect's disciple who used his own life to break the killing formation for us? According to the message left by the Emperor Wu, it was obvious that one of them had to die in order to break the killing array. Fortunately, I wasn't in a hurry to go in just now. Otherwise, I might have been the one to use the blood sacrifice array. It's too cruel. A person's life is required to be sacrificed in order to activate the killing formation outside this palace. Perhaps the inside of the palace is even more dangerous. The young experts present discussed animatedly. Their brows were filled with fear. They were afraid of the palace left behind by Emperor Wu. They were afraid of the dangers that might exist inside. Even Zuoyu and Su Qing didn't act rashly after hearing Emperor Wu's message. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian smiled at Feng Tianwu, then called out to Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. He nodded at Peng Bao and took the lead to dive down. Feng Tianwu followed closely behind. She trusted Duan Ling Tian unconditionally. As long as Duan Ling Tian was by her side, she would not be afraid even if she had to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of flames. In her opinion, even if she had to die, she would have no regrets as long as she could die by the side of the person she loved. Let's go. Huang Daniu and the other two did not hesitate this time. When Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu moved, they followed closely behind. Duan Ling Tian descended from the sky and opened a path with his spiritual energy. He flew straight to the entrance of the palace and arrived in front of the magnificent door in just a moment. Duan Ling Tian stood in front of the door. He stretched out his hands and pressed them on the door. Suddenly, he exerted his strength. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the door opened slowly. It was majestic. Let's go. After opening the door, Duan Ling Tian called out to the four people beside him and took the lead to fly in.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Feng Tianwu and the other three followed behind Duan Ling Tian. Their figures instantly disappeared behind the door that was not fully opened. They completely disappeared before the eyes of the people outside. They're fine. Many people's eyes lit up immediately. Let's go in as well. Nangong erased his eyebrows. He flew out with Nangong Chen and entered the palace through the open door. Let's go. Zhang Yan and Xian Bei brought the surviving emotion severing sect's disciples and Empyrean Temple's disciples and followed them. Subsequently, Peng Bao, Zuoyu, and Su Qing also brought the Anika sects and North Nether sect's disciples and followed them in.
Whoosh.
Duan Ling Tian was the first to enter the palace. As soon as he entered, his spiritual energy detected the dense aura fluctuations of inscription formations that were emitted from within. Among them, there was an inscription formation that practically enveloped the earth and sky regions that they had to pass through. Illusory formation. Duan Ling Tian came to a halt. As he muttered to himself, his face turned solemn. This was because the inscription formation he discovered earlier was this illusory formation. If he wanted to enter the palace, he would have to go through it. As long as he entered the illusory formation, he would fall into an illusion. As for where he would end up after he passed through the illusion, it was not something he could control. Illusory formation? Feng Tianwu and the other three who were following behind Duan Ling Tian heard Duan Ling Tian's whisper and could not help but be shocked. They did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words at all. Yes, it's an illusory formation. Duan Ling Tian nodded and said solemnly, This illusory formation does not have any lethality. It's similar to the illusory formation we've experienced earlier. It's only used to separate us, so we can search for treasures in this palace. Illusory formation was the abbreviation of illusory formation. If we want to enter the palace, we'll have to go through it. Therefore, I'm afraid the four of us will have to part ways here.
Duan Lingtian said.
What's that Emperor Wu trying to do? He's always trying to separate us. I still want to be with you and reap more benefits. Huang Daniel looked at Duan Lingtian and said unhappily, How would I know what he's trying to do? Duan Lingtian was speechless when he saw Huang Daniel complaining to him. He rolled his eyes at Huang Daniel. Then, everyone has to be careful.
Zhang Shouyong said.
Yes. Su Li nodded. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu, who was next to him, and said through voice transmission with a solemn expression, If it's not necessary, don't activate or cast the fire profundity again. Otherwise, the energy of the fire spirit body in your body will surely erupt and even harm your life.
Okay.
Feng Tianwu heard the concern in Duan Lingtian's words, and her drop-dead gorgeous face revealed a rare smile that could captivate all living things, causing Duan Lingtian to be slightly absent-minded for a moment. Two wisps of crimson red suffused Feng Tianwu's beautiful face when she saw Duan Lingtian looking at her in a daze, and it seemed as if blood would drip out from her face. She was extremely embarrassed. Duan Lingtian retracted his gaze awkwardly and touched his nose embarrassedly. Then he changed the topic. All of you can go in first. Let's go. Let's go look for that Emperor Wu's body. If I can find it, I'll be rich. Huang Daniu cried out excitedly and flew out. Almost at the same time when Huang Daniu flew out, his figure was concealed by clouds of black mist that appeared out of thin air and disappeared before Duan Lingtian and the others' eyes. He had officially activated the illusory formation. Duan Lingtian, I'll go in first. Su Li entered the illusory formation after bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian. Then, Zhang Shouyong followed suit. Elder brother Duan, you have to be careful too. Feng Tianwu warned Duan Lingtian. She only entered the illusory formation after getting Duan Lingtian's promise.
Whoosh.
Whoosh. At this moment, two figures appeared next to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not help but look at them. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the two of them, Nangong Chun and Nangong Yi. Duan Lingtian nodded at the two of them as a greeting. Then, without waiting for their response, he flew into the black mist and disappeared before the eyes of the Nangong brothers. It's the illusory formation again. Nangong Yi frowned as he looked at the familiar black mist before him. Does this mean the two of us are going to be separated again? Earlier, when he first entered, he was separated from Nangong Chen due to the illusory formation at the bottom of the stone stairs on the side of the high platform. After that, they only met again after exploring Emperor Wu's secret treasure for half a month. Moreover, they had to rely on their telepathy. As twin brothers, Nangong Yi and Nangong Chen could sense each other's approximate location as long as the distance between them was not too far apart. Telepathy. Nangong Chen reminded him coolly. Yes, telepathy. How could I forget such an important thing? With our telepathy, we can definitely sense each other's location in this palm-sized palace. Nangong Yi's eyes lit up when he heard Nangong Chen's reminder.
Idiot.
Nangong Chen replied coolly. Then, before Nangong Yi could react, he flew out and entered the illusory formation that was shrouded in black mist before he disappeared. You're the idiot. Nangong Yi snapped back to his senses and cursed before he followed in with a dissatisfied expression. Soon after, Zhang Yan and Xian Bei arrived as well. It's the illusory formation again. Although they were shocked by the illusory formation before them, the two of them did not hesitate and flew into the illusory formation directly. Then, the disciples from Five Element Sect, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect entered one after another. Among the disciples from the 6 major forces that entered from entrance number 2, only the disciples from the 4 major forces survived. As for the disciples from the other 2 major forces, They were all killed. After the group of people from entrance number 2 disappeared into the illusory formation, the group of people from entrance number 1 arrived late and appeared in the palace one by one. The leaders were Su Qing and Zuiyu. "Let's go." Su Qing called out to the 3 surviving North Nethersex disciples and flew into the illusory formation. "Duan Lingtian, I hope you're really hiding something when you used your spirit weapon earlier. Otherwise, if I find out that the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons that you cast after using your spirit weapon is your full strength, I'll definitely kill you." After Su Qing and the others entered, Zuiyu's eyes flashed coldly. Chapter 989. If Duan Lingtian used his spirit weapon and unleashed his full strength, his strength would only be equivalent to the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons. He was confident he could kill Duan Lingtian. With a 4th-level void transformation concept that he had comprehended and his cultivation base at the 4th-level void transformation, his strength would be equivalent to the strength of 1,620 ancient horned dragons once he used his spirit weapon. In his opinion, his strength was more than 20 ancient horned dragons stronger than Duan Lingtian. If he still could not kill Duan Lingtian, he would not deserve to be the strongest person among the younger generation in a Nika sect. When Duan Lingtian fought with Lei Zhong, he seemed to have used a few types of concepts. Moreover, their levels were quite high. Zuiyu's eyes gleamed as he recalled the scene when Duan Lingtian fought with Lei Zhong. He thought to himself, perhaps it's because concept is more important than origin energy when he unleashed the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons without using his spirit weapon. Therefore, after using a spirit weapon, the increase in strength from the spirit weapon is not strong. Zuiyu was even more certain when he thought of this. Now, I just need to confirm it. Once I confirm that Duan Lingtian's strength is only 1,600 ancient horned dragons when he unleashes his full strength, I'll be able to kill him myself before the people from Izumo sect kill him. Zuiyu's eyes were filled with greed when he thought of this. He was greedy for the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know about Zuiyu's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been shocked by Zuiyu's judgment. Just as Zuiyu thought, Duan Lingtian's strength was indeed more important than origin energy. The strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons was the limit of the strength that Duan Lingtian could exert at this moment. First the grassland, and now the desert? In the illusory formation, Duan Lingtian was in a vast desert. All he could see was yellow sand. There was no green or blue at all. Young man, head east. Just as Duan Lingtian was looking around, not knowing where to go, a familiar yet strange voice came into his ears. It was the voice of the Emperor Wu Powerhouse who left the secret treasure of the Emperor Wu.
East.
After the prompt, Duan Lingtian knew the destination of his trip. He stepped into the air and flew towards the east at lightning speed. Duan Lingtian originally thought that this time would be the same as last time, where they would go all the way to the end. But he soon realized that he was overthinking things. Young man, north. Young man, west. Young man, southwest. The message left by the Emperor Wu in the Polyphony formation, coupled with the illusory formation that Duan Lingtian was in, was clearly transmitted into Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to be exhausted from running around. Finally, Duan Lingtian reached the end. Where did that Emperor Wu powerhouse lead me to? Why did I have to change directions so many times? Duan Lingtian walked out of the illusory formation curiously. After walking out of the illusory formation, what appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was a long corridor that was extremely spacious. On both sides of the long corridor, there was a row of neat stone rooms. There was a statue at the entrance of each stone room. It was either a human-shaped statue or a beast-shaped statue. They looked so lifelike that they could be mistaken for the real thing. These stone rooms, out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian approached the first stone room and poked his head out to see what was inside. With just a glance, he saw that there was a stone platform in the stone room that was not very spacious. There was a sword on the stone platform. It was an extraordinary sword. A Grade 2 Spirit Sword. Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the memories of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu, had inherited the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's eyesight as a royal grade weapons craftsman. He could tell the grade of a spirit weapon with just a glance. Ordinary people would need to test the grade of a spirit weapon to verify it. There's a Grade 2 Spirit Sword here? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he strode into the stone room. Although this sword is only a Grade 2 spirit weapon, the material used is not bad. I can keep it. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was about to enter the stone room to keep the Grade 2 spirit sword. As soon as he stepped into the stone room, horror dawned on his face.
Whoosh.
An ear-piercing sound of wind whistling entered his ears in just a blink of an eye, accompanied by a thick and heavy fist.
To be more precise, it was a stone fist.
The human-shaped statue standing at the entrance of the stone room had moved. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the stone room, it threw a punch at Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. The human-shaped statue's fist was surrounded by blue waves that contained a vast and rolling energy that seemed to be able to break everything.
Whoosh.
Unfortunately, as Duan Lingtian raised his hand at lightning speed, the human-shaped statue's stone fist was easily caught by him without any pressure. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's face was calm. He did not feel any pressure at all.
Bang.
At this moment, the human-shaped statue moved again. It took a step forward and landed on the ground with a loud thud. Subsequently, its other leg flashed out like a bolt of lightning and attacked towards Duan Lingtian's lower body. The blue ripple rose sharply and seemed to have transformed into a rolling and stormy wave that charged towards Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy above its head stirred and finally gathered into 180 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. In other words, the human-shaped statue's attack was equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. 7th level Void Interpretation? 1st level Advanced Water Concept? Although the human-shaped statue's speed was fast, it was like the speed of a turtle in Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was not worth mentioning at all. Duan Lingtian casually kicked out with only origin energy, and it easily broke the human-shaped statue's leg that was attacking him.
Bang.
The human-shaped statue's broken leg flew out and crashed onto the ground, turning into a pile of gravel and stone chips.
Bang.
At the same time, Duan Lingtian's hand shook and punched back. The vast energy swept towards the human-shaped statue and shattered it, turning it into stone chips that filled the sky. At the same time, 10 origin stones and a blue fragment appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The blue fragment was, naturally, the water concept fragment. The inscription formation in the statue is hidden really well. I didn't intentionally use my spiritual energy to investigate earlier, but I didn't discover anything. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. 10 mid-grade origin stones and a 1st-level water concept fragment. My gains are not bad. Duan Lingtian was very satisfied that he could obtain such gains with just a casual punch and kick. After taking the Grade 2 spirit sword in the stone room, Duan Lingtian walked to the next stone room. There was a pill bottle in the next stone room. I wonder what kind of pill it is. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian ignored the beast-shaped statue at the entrance of the stone room and quickly rushed into the stone room to grab the pill bottle in his hand. When he opened it, he found that there were 3 pills inside. Grade 2 life recovery pills? The purity is less than 70%. Trash. Frowning, Duan Lingtian casually threw the pill bottle on the ground and looked at the 3 Grade 2 life recovery pills in disdain. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely scold Duan Lingtian for being a wastrel. That was a Grade 2 life recovery pill. A high-grade healing pill. Ordinary people might not even have it even if they wanted it. However, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, the Grade 2 life recovery pill with a purity of less than 70% was a piece of trash. A complete piece of trash that was not even worth mentioning. He, who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifetime of refining medicine, had already condensed a grade 1 pill fire and became a noble grade 1 alchemist. As long as he had enough medicinal herbs, let alone a grade 2 life recovery pill with high purity, he could even make a grade 1 life recovery pill with high purity without any pressure. However, Duan Lingtian thought the 3 grade 2 life recovery pills were trash, but the beast-shaped statue guarding the entrance of the stone room did not think so. Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian threw the pill bottle away, the beast-shaped statue at the entrance of the stone room moved. The flames on its body surged as it flew towards Duan Lingtian. This beast-shaped statue had the same strength as the human-shaped statue from before. It could not even withstand a single blow from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not even need to use his concept. He merely swept out with his 3rd level void transformation stage origin energy, and it was enough to completely crush the energy on his body and destroy him.
Boom, 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 boom.
The beast-shaped statue that was destroyed by Duan Lingtian turned into a pile of flying rocks and piled up into a small hill. Before this, Duan Lingtian had made his move at lightning speed and took the 10 mid-grade origin stones and the 1st level fire concept fragment that dropped from the beast-shaped statue. Are there any treasures that are tempting? Duan Lingtian swept along the long corridor. All the statues at the entrance of the stone room were destroyed by him along the way. All the stone rooms were turned upside down by him. However, he only managed to collect some grade 2 spirit weapons and grade 1 spirit weapons. As for the pills, he threw them away casually. Even a precious healing elixir, like a grade 1 life recovery elixir, was no exception. It was thrown away by him like trash. According to Duan Lingtian, grade 1 spirit weapons and grade 1 spirit weapons could not be refined. Even if a grade 2 or grade 1 spirit artifact was slightly inferior, it could still be reforged. However, it was impossible to reforge pills. Pills with low purity, even if they were grade 1 pills, were an eyesore to him. He did not even bother to throw them into his spatial ring. Is this the end? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian found himself at the end of the long corridor. As he swept his way, the statues at the entrance of the stone room became stronger. However, in the face of his powerful strength, even the stronger statues could not withstand a single blow from him. They were all shattered by him easily. There's another stone room over there. When he reached the end of the long corridor, Duan Lingtian saw a stone room in front of him. It was an independent stone room. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian walked over. At this moment, Duan Lingtian sensed a slight fluctuation of an inscription formation. He knew that he must have activated one of the inscription formations. Young man, congratulations on entering the 4-entry 1 stone room. If you're the only one left in the circle of light after an hour, you can enter the 4-entry 1 stone room and obtain the treasure you deserve. 4-entry 1 stone room. Chapter 990. Halo? What's a halo? Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked around. However, he did not see the halo mentioned by the powerhouse Emperor Wu. However, at this moment, he noticed a faint light suddenly shot out from the stone room in front of him. It enveloped him and formed a halo. At this moment, he was completely enveloped by the halo. After an hour, I'll be the only one left in the halo. Then, I'll be able to enter the 4-entry 1 stone room and obtain the treasure inside? Duan Lingtian shifted his attention elsewhere now that he had the halo. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered something. Apart from the long corridor that he had walked through, there was another long corridor in each of the other 3 directions of the 4-entry 1 stone room. Don't tell me there's another 3 people? At this moment, Duan Lingtian vaguely guessed the origin of the name 4-entry 1 stone room. 4 to 1. 3 out of 4 would be eliminated, and 1 would enter. It seems like I'll have to wait for an hour when there's only 1 person left in the halo. Then, the 4-entry 1 stone room will officially open. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. I wonder who the other three people are. Duan Lingtian looked at the other three long corridors with a gleam in his eyes. They're not here yet. It's obvious that they're not strong. It's impossible for them to be Su Qing, Zuiyu, and Peng Bao. It's a good thing that I ran fast. Otherwise, I would have been killed by that stupid stone man. At that time, my reputation would have been completely ruined. All of a sudden, a loud voice resonated from one of the long corridors and entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It made Duan Lingtian's expression turn strange. What a coincidence! The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a ridiculing smile as he looked towards the corridor where the voice came from. At the same time, a tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of him. Duan Lingtian. After the tall and sturdy young man walked out of the corridor, he saw the purple-clothed young man standing not far away. He couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Daniu, we are really fated to meet. Seeing the sturdy young man, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. The person who came was none other than Huang Daniu. Duan Lingtian, it seems that my luck is not bad. Even the heavens are helping me, allowing me to meet you here. Let's go. Help me get rid of those broken stone men. I want those spirit artifacts and those bottles of pills. Huang Daniu said with shining eyes. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew what the stone man Huang Daniu was talking about was. It was none other than the human-shaped statues that he had destroyed along the way from the long corridor behind him. Those statues couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. However, to Huang Daniu, some of the statues were existences that were hard to defeat. Let's go. Thinking that there was still almost an hour before the opening of the 4 entrances and 1 stone room, Duan Lingtian followed Huang Daniu and entered the long corridor that Huang Daniu came from. Once again, Duan Lingtian destroyed the human-shaped and beast-shaped statues that Huang Daniu couldn't handle one by one. As for Huang Daniu, he was enjoying the fruits of Duan Lingtian's labor. He kept the spirit artifacts and pills in the stone rooms one by one with a smile on his face. Daniu, there's something I need to tell you. Seeing how happy Huang Daniu was, Duan Lingtian decided to pour cold water on him to wake him up.
Huh?
Huang Daniu looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion, but the smile on his face didn't disappear. It's the independent stone room at the end of the long corridor. Only one person can enter. Including you and me, there are a total of 4 people competing. Duan Lingtian told him everything he knew. F***Sike. What kind of F***king luck do I have? I can't believe I'm assigned to compete with you. I wonder who are the other 2 unlucky fellas like me? Huang Daniu could not help but curse after listening to Duan Lingtian's words. He had a bitter expression on his face as he spoke. Daniu, you've changed so quickly. Who is the one who said he's lucky and that even God is helping him by allowing him to meet me here? Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Daniu with a faint smile on his face. He clearly remembered what Huang Daniu said when they first met. Well, I didn't know there was a special stone room at that time. I'm so unlucky to be assigned to the same room as a freak like you. Huang Daniu smiled wryly. Very soon he recovered. Fortunately, there are 2 unlucky fellas accompanying me. Let's go and see who the other 2 unlucky fellas are. When Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu returned to the 4 entrances and 1 stone room, they noticed 2 young men standing there. The atmosphere was heavy. The 2 young men stood facing each other. The smell of gunpowder could be felt coming from them. It was only when Duan Lingtian appeared that both of them shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, their faces changed completely. Duan Lingtian. One of them gulped hard, and his face was pale. The other person was not any better. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, there was a hint of fear in his eyes as though he had encountered a ferocious beast. How boring. I thought it would be someone from a second-rate force. I didn't expect it to be the 2 of you. Huang Daniu was standing next to Duan Lingtian. He could not help but feel disappointed when he saw the 2 of them. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Naturally, he knew why Huang Daniu said that. He wanted to see a second-rate force's disciple being humiliated in front of him. who knew the person who was assigned to the same room as them was not a second-rate forces disciple. Duan Lingtian had some impression of the two people in front of him. One of them was an emotion-severing sex disciple, and the other was a secular disciple from the Empyrean Temple.
What?
Are the two of you going to compete with me? Duan Lingtian walked into the light circle around the Independent Stone Room at a leisurely pace. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the two people in front of him with a faint smile.
No. No.
Of course not. I'll leave now. The two of them waved their hands hurriedly and retreated out of the light circle around the Independent Stone Room as though they were escaping. Their figures disappeared into the long corridor that they came from. What a joke. This person was someone who could kill the strongest person among the younger generation in the second-rate force, Izumo sect. How would they dare to compete with him? At once, only Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu were left outside of the four-entry, one stone room. Huang Daniu retreated out of the light circle tactfully. Duan Lingtian, you're going to be rich this time. The treasures in this independent four-entry, one stone room, must be extraordinary. Huang Daniu stood outside the light circle and looked at Duan Lingtian enviously. Duan Lingtian smiled and did not say anything. However, his sparkling eyes showed that he was looking forward to the treasures in the stone room. Time passed by quietly. An hour passed by quickly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As the light circle around the stone room flashed, a layer of light shield rose around the light circle and shrouded Duan Lingtian and the four-entry, one stone room. It seemed to have formed an independent space. Daniu, don't touch that light shield. That's a killing formation. Almost at the same time when the light shield rose, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy probed it and warned Huang Daniu immediately. Huang Daniu nodded solemnly and said, "The door of the stone room is open. Go in quickly." Upon hearing Huang Daniu's reminder, Duan Lingtian noticed that a stone door had appeared at the side of the four-entry, one stone room that was originally closed. The stone door was pushed open and opened. After informing Huang Daniu, Duan Lingtian flew out and entered the stone room. Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian entered, the stone door at the side of the stone room closed again, trapping Duan Lingtian inside. Unlucky. I'm really unlucky. Huang Daniu shook his head, turned around, and left in search of another opportunity that belonged to him. Duan Lingtian passed through the stone door and entered the spacious stone room. The stone room that entered his eyes was not much different from the stone rooms that he had entered before. If there was a difference, it would be that there was no spirit weapon here, nor was there a pill bottle that stored pills. Rumble. All of a sudden, a soft sound came from behind, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change drastically. The moment Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he discovered that the stone door behind him had closed again, trapping him in this airtight stone room. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to break through the door, rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of loud noises came from above, causing Duan Lingtian to raise his head involuntarily. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw the ceiling of the stone room move and open by itself, opening up a way for him to leave the stone room. Young man, congratulations. You're one step closer to my corpse. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy probed again. When the ceiling moved, it activated the polyphony formation in the stone room, allowing the voice of the powerhouse, Emperor Wu, to enter his ears again. One step closer? Initially, Duan Lingtian was puzzled by the message left by the powerhouse, Emperor Wu. Soon after, he recalled his experience of advancing to the next round and seemed to have understood something. It seems like when I'm advancing to the next round, other places are also advancing to the next round. Only the person who makes it to the end will be able to see the body of the powerhouse, Emperor Wu, and obtain the 3 profundity fragments in his body. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess all of this. The treasure in this stone room. Now that Duan Lingtian knew he was not trapped in the stone room, he heaved a sigh of relief as he looked at the treasure on the stone platform not far away. It was a plant that was planted in a flower pot. It was completely green and shone with a faint green light. To be more precise, it was a blade of grass. When Duan Lingtian saw the shimmering green light on the blade of grass, he knew it was not simple. However, he could not recognize it. All he could do was search through his memories regarding the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Immortal Spirit Herb. Chapter 991. Immortal Spirit Herb. It's an immortal spirit herb. Haha. Xiongquan's Dantian can be repaired. Xiongquan's Dantian can be repaired. Duan Lingtian, whose face was filled with wild joy, lost his composure and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with excitement and joy.
Xiongquan.
That year, when he was still in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Xiongquan was someone who followed him silently and did his best for him without any complaints. Even to the extent that when he was in danger many times, it was Xiongquan who helped him out and protected him. A few years later, in the Eternal Jade Restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Xiongquan, in order to protect him, had his Dantian crippled by a void initiation stage martial artist and left aside to return to his hometown. Duan Lingtian had never forgotten about the crippling of Xiongquan's Dantian all these years. Even to the extent that as time passed, he felt more and more guilty in his heart. He owed Xiongquan too much. Last time, when the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition ended and he returned to his hometown, he did not see Xiongquan because of his guilt. At that time, he made up his mind. When he saw Xiongquan again, Xiongquan's Dantian would be repaired. I originally thought that I would have to find the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu to obtain the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill to help Xiongquan repair his Dantian, but I never imagined that I would encounter an immortal spirit herb here. Looking at the plant with 3 leaves before him, the excitement in Duan Lingtian's eyes was indescribable. Immortal Spirit Herb, a legendary medicinal herb. Even in the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, the immortal spirit herb only existed in legends. He had only heard of it but never seen it. Today, Duan Lingtian was able to recognize the immortal spirit herb because of the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Although the rebirth martial emperor had never seen an immortal spirit herb before, he had heard many legends about it. He even knew some of the characteristics of the immortal spirit herb. Immortal spirit herbs had upright roots and leaves that flickered with a green glow. Most importantly, the veins on its leaves were completely different from ordinary medicinal herbs. The veins on the leaves of ordinary herbs were straight in the middle and bifurcated on both sides. The patterns on the immortal spirit grass were in the shape of a whirlpool. Strands of green light extended from the center of the whirlpool, giving off an extraordinary feeling. Because of this, Duan Lingtian could confirm that the plant with 2 leaves in front of him was the immortal spirit herb that he had been dreaming of. In the past, he knew about the existence of the immortal spirit herb and knew that it could help Xiongquan repair his Dantian. However, because the immortal spirit grass was too ethereal and illusory, he never thought that he would be able to obtain it. He thought he would only be able to use the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill, or even the royal grade resurrection pill to heal Xiongquan's Dantian after he found the great treasure left behind by the rebirth martial emperor. Now that I have this immortal spirit herb, I don't need to wait for the reincarnation Emperor Wu to retrieve the resurrection pill to help Xiongquan recover his Dantian. Duan Lingtian was overjoyed as he looked at the immortal spirit herb in front of him. This immortal spirit herb has a total of 3 leaves. I only need one of them to heal Xiongquan's Dantian. As for the other 2 leaves, I'll give one to Brother Zhang so that he can heal sister-in-law's Dantian. Duan Lingtian had a plan in mind as he looked at the immortal spirit herb in front of him. Zhang Shouyang's wife, Wang Qiong, also had her Dantian damaged and could not cultivate. Perhaps Zhang Shouyang's current strength was far from his, but it was Zhang Shouyang who had saved his life in the Eternal Jade Restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast. Otherwise, he would not be where he was today. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. Moreover, Zhang Shouyong had saved his life. If Brother Zhang knew about this, he would definitely be very happy. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and put away the immortal spirit herb as though it was a treasure. The immortal spirit herb was different from ordinary herbs. Ordinary medicinal herbs withered easily. However, the immortal spirit herb was a legendary herb. Even if it left the soil, it would not wither. Looks like I'll have to change my plan after I leave Emperor Wu's secret treasure. I'll return to the Dark Han dynasty first to heal Xiong Quan and sister-in-law's Dantian before I look for the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. From the moment he killed Lei Zhong, he no longer planned to stay in the Five-Element sect, nor did he plan to stay in the northern desert. He was prepared to look for the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu during his second life. Although he did not know the exact location until now, as long as he could find a rough map of the Cloud Continent, he would be able to confirm the location of the place and retrieve the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. However, now that he had unexpectedly obtained the immortal spirit herb in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, it disrupted his plan. He decided. After leaving the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he was not in a hurry to look for the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. He would return to the Dark Han dynasty first to heal Xiong Quan and Wang Qiong's Dantian. As for the rest, he would make other plans later. I wonder what's up there. After putting away the immortal spirit herb, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and lifted his head to look at the open ceiling. At the same time, his eyes lit up as he leaped into the air. Whoosh! After a while, Duan Lingtian leaped into the air and left the four-entry, one-stone room beneath his feet. He arrived at another place. This seems to be another level of the Central Palace? Duan Lingtian looked around for a while. His heart jolted as he vaguely guessed. The Central Palace was located in the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was also the resting place of the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. His body was stored there. Most of the young powerhouses, including Duan Lingtian, had come for the 3 profundity fragments in the body of the Emperor Wu powerhouse, especially the Emperor Stage profundity fragment. It was a first-rate treasure even in the entire Cloud Continent. One could imagine. After obtaining the Emperor Stage profundity fragment, even if he did not use it himself, he could still find a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse who had comprehended the corresponding profundity and do him a favor. He could even make that 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse swear on the 9-9 heavenly tribulation to protect him for life. Once that 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse obtained the Emperor Stage profundity fragment, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the Emperor Wu stage and become an Emperor Wu powerhouse. In that case, it would be equivalent to having an Emperor Wu powerhouse as his backer. With an Emperor Wu powerhouse as his backer, would he not be able to do whatever he wanted on Cloud Continent in the future? If I'm not mistaken, this palace where the Emperor Wu powerhouse died has a total of 5 floors. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment as he recalled carefully. Although the palace he was in now only had 5 floors, each floor was much taller than an ordinary palace. Therefore, although this palace only had 5 floors, it was exceptionally tall. Young man, welcome to the 2nd floor of Qingfeng Palace. Since you're able to come here, you're qualified to know my title. Qingfeng Emperor Wu is my title. Just as Duan Lingtian took a step forward and realized he had activated another polyphony formation, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered his ears in a timely manner. Qingfeng Palace? Qingfeng Emperor Wu? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the voice. From the moment he found out about the Emperor Wu's secret treasure to the moment he entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, until just now, he knew nothing about the Emperor Wu who had left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. However, now that the Emperor Wu who had left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure had taken the initiative to introduce himself, Duan Lingtian was finally able to learn his title. As Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he naturally knew that the Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent had an honorific title that had accompanied him for almost his entire life. For example, The Reincarnation Emperor Wu was an honorific title. Qing Feng Emperor Wu was the honorific title of the Emperor Wu powerhouse who had left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This is the second level of Qing Feng Palace. I should have been on the first level previously. Qing Feng Palace has a total of 5 levels. Don't tell me we have to go up one level at a time?
Duan Lingtian guessed.
As though he was supporting Duan Lingtian's guess, Qing Feng Emperor Wu's voice continued to reverberate. I've set up the 99 Wood Person Pass on the second level of Qing Feng Palace. The first person to pass the 99 Wood Person Pass will obtain a copper key and be able to ascend to the third level of Qing Feng Palace. After 10 breaths, the mirror image illusory formation will disappear, and the 99 Wood Person Pass will be opened. Qing Feng Emperor Wu's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. Mirror image illusory formation? Upon hearing Qing Feng Emperor Wu's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. He immediately extended his spiritual energy and realized that everything around him was actually an illusion. It was all an illusory mirror image formed by the mirror image illusory formation.
It did not really exist.
He could only see but not touch. 99 Wood Person Pass? What's that? Wood Person? In the next 10 breaths, Duan Lingtian pondered. If it's just Wood Person, so what if there are many of them? If I force my way through with all my might, they'll all turn into dust. Duan Lingtian was still very confident about his current strength. However, subconsciously, he felt that the 99 Wood Person Pass was not that simple. After all, it was a test left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. This is the second level of Qing Feng Palace. Logically speaking, the 99 Wood Person Pass should be stronger than the human-shaped statues and beast-shaped statues on the first level of Qing Feng Palace. After comparing his experience on the first level of Qing Feng Palace, Duan Lingtian secretly guessed. On top of that, the person who passes the 99 Wood Person Pass will only obtain a copper key? Isn't that Qing Feng Emperor Wu too stingy? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he thought to himself. On second thought, he felt that something was amiss. This is the second level of Qing Feng Palace. Logically speaking, the value of the reward obtained from passing this level would definitely not be lower than the Grade 1 spirit weapons and Grade 1 pills on the first level of Qing Feng Palace. Perhaps there's a secret behind the copper key that I don't know about. Chapter 992. 10 breaths of time was neither long nor short. 10 breaths of time passed quietly as Duan Lingtian's thoughts flashed through his mind. After 10 breaths of time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the mirror image illusory formation around him had disappeared. At the same time, he appeared in a long corridor again. Compared to the corridor on the first floor of Qing Feng Palace, the corridor on the second floor of Qing Feng Palace seemed to be narrower. Not only that, but there were also wooden figures standing in the corridor on the second floor of Qing Feng Palace. They were particularly eye-catching. These wooden figures were in groups of 2 or 3. They were either standing on the ground or in the air. They completely blocked the path to the other end of the corridor, not allowing anyone to pass. The group of wooden figures that appeared in the corridor were particularly dull. They did not move at all for a long time. So this is the 99 wooden figure stage? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he raised his eyebrows. When Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy, he soon discovered the details of each and every one of the wooden figures that blocked his way. These wooden figures were no different from the human-shaped statues and beast-shaped statues on the first floor of Qing Feng Palace. There was an inscription formation set up in their bodies. There were origin stones and concept fragments in their bodies as well. Although Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy could not detect the exact strength of the concept fragments in the wooden men's bodies, he was still able to do so. However, it was not difficult for him to guess that these wooden figures were much stronger than the human-shaped statues and beast-shaped statues on the first floor of Qing Feng Palace. If that was not the case, there would be no need for them to be divided into the first and second floors. the wood that made them. It's not simple. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian extended his spiritual energy and discovered the density of the wood that formed the wooden figures was much higher than ordinary stones. So that's how it is. Although these guys are made of wood, their bodies are much stronger than the statues on the first floor of Qingfeng Palace. Once they attack, their movements will be more agile. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. He did not dare to underestimate these wooden figures anymore. Right. Qingfeng Emperor Wu once said that only the first person to clear the 99 wooden person stage would be able to obtain the copper key and ascend to the third level of Qingfeng Palace. With a flash of inspiration, Duan Ling Tian recalled the content of the message left behind by Qingfeng Emperor Wu. His expression abruptly changed. Damn it, I actually forgot about this. Thinking that he had wasted so much time, Duan Ling Tian suddenly became anxious. Why was he attracted by those wooden figures at such a crucial moment? Furthermore, he had even used his spiritual energy to investigate the background of those wooden figures. It was simply superfluous and did not distinguish between the importance of the matter and the importance of the matter. To the current him, the most important thing was to pass the 99 wood puppet stage, obtain the copper key, and ascend to the third floor of Qingfeng Palace. Whirlwind! Duan Ling Tian no longer dared to hesitate. His body flew out and seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he charged to the other end of the long corridor. Just as Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a bolt of purple lightning and shuttled through the long corridor, he was about 10 meters away from the 3 wooden figures standing at the front. Crack! 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 The 3 wooden figures' stiff bodies suddenly trembled and produced a series of crisp sounds. It was as though they had been completely activated at this moment. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by this. When he approached the wooden figures, his sharp spiritual energy had already discovered that he had unintentionally activated another inscription formation. Moreover, he had activated the inscription formation that activated all the wooden figures in the long corridor. Whoosh! 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 The 3 wooden figures that were closest to Duan Ling Tian made their moves almost at the same time. They charged at Duan Ling Tian aggressively. The origin energy on their bodies skyrocketed and merged with their concepts. The moment they made their moves, they unleashed a powerful force that enveloped Duan Ling Tian mercilessly. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above each of the 3 wooden figures. Subsequently, they charged at Duan Ling Tian with bared fangs and brandished claws. Even a first-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept would only have the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons if he unleashed his full strength without using a spirit weapon. The 3 wooden figures that possessed the strength of 500 ancient horned dragons made their moves. Their strength tore through the sky and caused the air to tremble before it set off a series of ear-piercing air explosions. As the air explosions exploded, a series of airwaves swept out and transformed into a violent wind that blew Duan Ling Tian's purple robe and caused it to flutter loudly. Faced with the attack of the 3 wooden figures, Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged. He did not even look at them. Destroy. A cold voice came out of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Nobody knew when, but a 3-foot-long blade that was completely condensed from khaki energy appeared in his slightly raised hand. He suddenly shook it. Whoosh! 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 The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, a series of swift sword whistles that sounded like a storm resonated one after another. They rose and fell one after another without stopping. Whoosh! When the sword whistles disappeared, Duan Ling Tian's other hand swept across the sky and easily grabbed the dozens of mid-grade origin stones and 3 concept fragments that appeared out of thin air. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian continued to charge towards the next wave of wooden figures. As soon as Duan Ling Tian charged out, the 3 wooden figures that were originally charging towards him in a menacing manner exploded in the air and transformed into pieces of wood that fell down like rain. Smack! Smack, 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 smack. As soon as the hundreds and thousands of pieces of wood that the three wooden figures transformed into fell to the ground, another rain of wood began to fall not far away.
It did not stop for a long time.
Whoosh,
Whoosh, whoosh.
the swift purple figure disappeared on the spot and appeared in the depths of the long corridor in the next moment.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
Whoosh. Every time he appeared, there would be a series of ear-piercing, sword-whistling sounds. Immediately after, a rain of wood would fall from the sky. Everywhere he passed, the long corridor was covered with countless pieces of wood. I've already killed 78 of them. 3 more to go. 99 wooden stages, 9981. So that's how it is. As soon as he came to a realization, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he charged towards the last 3 wooden figures that were charging towards him. Once again, he transformed into an extremely swift purple lightning. The 3 wooden figures with 800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above each of their heads exploded with the power of origin energy and concept on their bodies. Their thunderous attacks blasted towards Duan Lingtian in unison. Just in time. This time, Duan Lingtian did not use the 3-foot-long sword that was condensed from the khaki energy to deal with them. Instead, he used the most direct method. He punched out with both of his fists.
Whoosh, whoosh.
Duan Lingtian punched out with both of his fists at full force. 2 waves of khaki energy that was intertwined with purple lightning and green wind swept out. On top of that, it also emitted waves of sharp aura that belonged to the sword concept.
Boom.
A loud explosion resounded in the narrow, long corridor, and a series of obvious echoes reverberated in the air. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous one wins. At the same time, the energy that gushed out of Duan Lingtian's fist swept out without any reservation. It carried an overwhelming force as it annihilated the 3 wooden figures' attacks easily. Wherever the energy passed, the 3 wooden figures' attacks were completely crushed. Even the 3 wooden figures were blasted into dust and completely disappeared from this world.
Boom, 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 boom.
When the last 3 wooden figures were blasted into dust, a series of thunderous explosions resonated in the air, causing the entire 2nd floor of Qingfeng Palace to tremble. It was as though the ground was shaking.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
The airwaves that rolled out in all directions set off gusts of strong wind. The broken wood in the long corridor was lifted up, and a long rain of wood began to fall again. At the end of the long corridor, a purple figure stood there. The purple robe on his body fluttered in the wind. It was a purple-clad young man with a cold gaze. He stood there like an invincible god of war. Copper key. Duan Lingtian's gaze immediately fell on a stone platform outside the long corridor. The stone platform stood there alone, and it faintly revealed a sense of desolation. On the stone platform, there was a copper key lying there all by itself. The copper key was crescent-shaped. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was completely different from an ordinary key. The long years did not seem to have left any traces on it. The 3rd floor. I have to go up from here? At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at the top of the high platform. The ceiling there was exactly the same as the one he saw in the 4-way stone room on the 1st floor of Qingfeng Palace. The surroundings were not sealed, and it was obvious that it could be moved. It hasn't opened yet? Don't tell me the ceiling will only open the way to the 3rd floor of Qingfeng Palace if I take the copper key away? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He no longer hesitated and flew out like a goshawk before landing steadily on the stone platform. Duan Lingtian casually lifted his hand and grabbed the copper key. It hasn't opened yet? At the same time, Duan Lingtian shook his head and looked at the ceiling. However, he noticed that the ceiling did not move at all. Instead, the stone platform beneath his feet began to tremble. What's this? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the stone platform beneath his feet with a dumbfounded expression. At this moment, he noticed that an inscription formation had been activated on the stone platform beneath his feet. Not only that, but the inscription formation also released a strange energy that swept towards the long corridor that he came from.
Whoosh.
At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt the ground beneath his feet become empty. The stone platform flew out from the ground and rushed into the long corridor that he came from as soon as it left his feet. This is Chapter 993. The stone platform was not big. In just a blink of an eye, it was surrounded by thousands and thousands of wood shards. The wood shards kept rolling around before they finally transformed into a human shape and formed a brand new giant wooden man. What kind of inscription formation is that? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when he saw this. He was shocked. He could clearly sense it when he extended his spiritual energy earlier. As the inscription formation on the stone platform released a strange energy, the thousands and thousands of wood shards that were piled up on the long corridor began to move restlessly. When the stone platform flew closer, the wood shards seemed to be summoned by something as they rushed toward the stone platform and formed a giant wooden man. This wooden man was formed by thousands and thousands of wood shards. Its entire body was uneven, but it could not hide the majestic aura that was emitted from its body. There's no origin stone in the stone platform. There's only a concept fragment. The wood shards came from the previous wooden men. They were tainted with origin energy from the mid-grade origin stones that were originally in the wooden men's bodies. But now, the sparse and extremely weak origin energy in these pieces of wood seems to be drawn into the stone platform by something. It's that inscription formation again. Duan Lingtian, who was puzzled, was shocked when he discovered something. The inscription formation on the strange stone platform actually emitted an extremely terrifying suction force that absorbed the traces of origin energy on the thousands upon thousands of pieces of wood. In just a short moment, the origin energy on the wood shards was completely absorbed by the stone platform. It seemed to have become the giant wooden man's heart as it continued to grow stronger.
Boom.
Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy that he extended out suddenly discovered the origin energy that was being absorbed by the stone platform. It trembled before it completely exploded. In just an instant, a milky white flame surged out of the giant wooden man that was formed by thousands and thousands of wood shards. It was as though it could burn everything. In the air, the heaven and earth energy stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon formed. 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons clearly appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. To mobilize the heaven and earth energy and form such a heaven and earth phenomenon with just his origin energy, it's equivalent to the strength of a third-level void transformation martial artist using just his origin energy. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank slightly. As far as he knew, if it was only mid-grade origin stones, then no matter how many there were, the inscription formation formed from them would at most be able to mobilize the origin energy of a martial artist at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. It was equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. Yet now, the giant wooden figure that did not have any origin stones in its body was able to exert origin energy that was comparable to a 3rd-level void transformation stage martial artist. This caused Duan Lingtian to feel astonished from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, this was completely illogical. The origin energy in the giant wooden man's body came from the broken pieces of wood. The origin energy accumulated in the broken pieces of wood came from mid-grade origin stones. Logically speaking, even if all of the origin energy in the broken wood were to fuse together, it would still be impossible to display such a powerful strength. After all, the origin energy came from mid-grade origin stones. Mid-grade origin stones have a huge restriction. Logically speaking, it would be impossible for them to display such a powerful strength through an inscription formation. Duan Lingtian could not figure this out no matter how hard he thought about it. In the end, he could only attribute this to one reason. It seems like it can only be because of the inscription formation in the strange stone platform. That mysterious and strange inscription formation is not even in the memory of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath when he thought of this. Although the reincarnation Emperor Wu did not have any records of the inscription formation in his memory, he could find out about it from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's understanding of the inscription Dao. The inscription formation in the strange stone platform was extremely powerful. To be able to combine the weak origin energy in thousands of broken pieces of wood and accumulate it into such a powerful origin energy. That inscription formation is simply heaven-defying. There was a hint of dread in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Although he did not understand the inscription formation at the moment, he had an extremely crazy idea based on the theory of the inscription formation that was currently displayed. If such an inscription formation can be used on a human martial artist, let a human martial artist master the inscription formation and absorb the origin energy of other human martial artists and accumulate the origin energy of all human martial artists. Then, after the origin energy of all human martial artists has been greatly enhanced, it can be unleashed. How terrifying would that be? Duan Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine when he thought of this. His scalp went numb. If this idea could really be realized according to his idea, it would definitely cause a stir in the entire Cloud Continent. At that time, the iron law that no matter how many people there were on Cloud Continent, it would be impossible for the weak to defeat the strong would be completely broken. For example, if the origin energy of 101st level void transformation stage martial artists could be gathered together through an inscription formation like this, and the accumulated origin energy would be raised to the limit to the 7th level void transformation stage. A 4th level void transformation stage martial artist who could normally easily kill 101st level void transformation stage martial artists would be instantly killed by the 101st level void transformation stage martial artists who are raised through the inscription formation in just a blink of an eye. If this inscription formation can really be realized on a human martial artist, I only need to gather 109th level void transformation stage martial artists and accumulate their origin energy. Through this inscription formation, I'll definitely be able to raise the accumulated origin energy to the martial monarch stage. At that time, it's not impossible for 109th level void transformation stage martial artists to kill a martial monarch powerhouse. Such a crazy idea rose in Duan Lingtian's mind, and his mood swayed along with it. In fact, based on the current situation, although 109th level void transformation stage martial artists gathered together sounded terrifying, the deterrent force was far inferior to a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. Once a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse was faced with 109th level void transformation stage martial artists, he could choose to defeat them one by one and kill all of the 9th level void transformation stage martial artists. However, if he could use the inscription formation in the strange stone platform on one of the 9th level void transformation stage martial artists, he would be able to gather the origin energies of the other 99 9th level void transformation stage martial artists, accumulate and raise their strength. At that time, it might not be a dream for his origin energy to be raised to the 3rd level martial monarch stage, or even the 4th level martial monarch stage. Such strength was enough to kill a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. There's strength in numbers. This was undoubtedly an iron law on Earth in my previous life. Even when I was at my peak in my previous life, the strongest weapons specialist on Earth, I would definitely die if they threw kitchen knives at me at the same time. When he was at his peak in his previous life, although he was known as the strongest weapons specialist on Earth, it was impossible for him to block 100 kitchen knives that were flying at him from all directions. However, on Cloud Continent, there's strength in numbers, but it's only limited to martial artists with similar strength. It's undoubtedly a big joke to want to defeat someone stronger as the weak. For example, a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse would be fearless even if he were to face 10,000 ordinary void transformation stage martial artists. Even if he were to fight head-on, it would only be the 10,000 ordinary void transformation stage martial artists who would die, and not the first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. In terms of cultivation base, the martial artists on Cloud Continent would experience a huge leap every time they advanced to a new level. Wanting to rely on numbers to defeat someone stronger as the weak was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. However, if this inscription formation can be used on human martial artists, it's not impossible for 10,000 ordinary void transformation stage martial artists to join forces to kill a martial monarch powerhouse. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as flames of desire, and desire rose within them. Whoosh! Suddenly, a swift and ear-piercing sound of wind whistling came and instantly woke Duan Lingtian up. By the time Duan Lingtian reacted, a gigantic fist had already arrived before his eyes. It was just inches away. This made it impossible for him to defend with all his strength. He could only mobilize as much strength as he could to defend himself.
Boom.
The result was self-evident. Although Duan Lingtian, who was unprepared, managed to mobilize the strength of several hundred ancient horned dragons in a hurry, he was still crushed by the strength contained in the gigantic fist. After the terrifying strength suppressed Duan Lingtian's strength, it landed on Duan Lingtian's body like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It mercilessly sent Duan Lingtian flying. Barf! Duan Lingtian, who was sent flying, felt his internal organs tremble. There was a sweet taste in his throat, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned extremely pale. At the same time, his body flew out uncontrollably, like an arrow. It was only after he mobilized his origin energy with great difficulty that he managed to slow down the speed of his flying.
Boom.
Even so, he still crashed into the wall on the second floor of Qingfeng Palace. His internal organs trembled violently again from the impact, and the blood in his body kept churning. Barf barf. Duan Lingtian spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood again. The origin energy in his body was agitated and somewhat out of control.
Boom. 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 Boom.
At the same time, the sound of air exploding due to the compression of the air flow entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Along with it, there were gusts of wild wind that swept across the ground in all directions.
Whoosh!
At the same time, another ear-piercing sound of wind whistling was heard. It swept towards Duan Lingtian as though it would not stop until it killed Duan Lingtian. The gigantic fist appeared again. It was the gigantic wooden figure that attacked Duan Lingtian mercilessly. Bang! At the same time, Duan Lingtian's face changed. The quasi-royal grade spiritual sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. He slammed the body of the sword against the wall behind him, and the strength that he mobilized in a hurry swept out. In an instant, Duan Lingtian was pushed back by the rebounding force, and he barely dodged the gigantic wooden figure's punch. Boom! Chapter 994. At this moment, the sturdiness of Qingfeng Palace's walls was apparent. The giant wooden figure's punch that contained the strength of thousands of ancient horned dragons smashed on the wall forcefully. Not only did it not penetrate the wall, but it did not even leave a fist mark on the wall. It was obvious that the walls of Qingfeng Palace were made of a special material and were extremely sturdy. 7th level advance, wind concept. Duan Lingtian, who dodged the giant wooden figure's punch with the rebounding force, could only feel fear in his heart. When he looked at the heaven and earth phenomenon above the giant wooden figure's head, his eyes could not help but focus. 1,200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The giant wooden figure had the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons when its origin energy was fully unleashed. Right now, it had merged its wind concept into its origin energy and transformed it into a gust of green wind that twined around its body. It displayed the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons. In other words, Its wind concept was equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. It was the 7th level advance wind concept. Duan Lingtian took out a life recovery pill that he refined himself and consumed it. The high-purity life recovery pill allowed his injuries to recover by more than half in just a blink of an eye. Although there were still some injuries in his body, Duan Lingtian did not feel any pressure when he used his full strength to crush the giant wooden figure. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Facing the giant wooden figure that was charging at him again, Duan Lingtian had a cold sneer at the corner of his mouth. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand trembled and suddenly charged out. In an instant, the 3 divine dragons that were formed from the origin energy that had fused 4 types of concepts whizzed out. 3 pairs of eyes flashed as 6 beams of extreme light shot out and left 6 holes on the gigantic wooden figure. Whoosh! However, the giant wooden figure was not a real human after all. After being pierced by Duan Lingtian, it was still so fierce and continued to charge at Duan Lingtian. I almost forgot. It's just a wooden figure. It doesn't have any vital points at all. Duan Lingtian, who mistook the wooden figure for a human martial artist, could not help but smile wryly. He no longer used the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Instead, he charged at the giant wooden figure in a flash. Whoosh! 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 Waves of sword howls that sounded like a storm resounded out of nowhere. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that shot out at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, the gigantic wooden figure was broken into countless pieces of wood and separated again. For a time, only the strange little stone platform was left floating in the void. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy that had been vigilant all this while trembled slightly. He immediately noticed that the inscription formation in the strange stone platform had a strange movement again. It was trying to pull the broken wood on the ground again. It was obvious that it wanted to reassemble into a new giant wooden man and attack him again. Humph! Duan Lingtian, who had learned his lesson, naturally would not allow it to succeed. With a raise of his hand, a vast energy shrouded the stone tablet as it ruthlessly landed on it. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air, and the stone tablet trembled. Although it wasn't destroyed, the energy from the inscription formation on it slowed down slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Duan Lingtian quickly put the stone platform into his spatial ring. After the stone platform was put into the spatial ring, the broken wood that had just risen from the ground fell back to the ground. At once, the scene returned to its original calm state. I'll put the stone platform away first. I'll study it when I have the time. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was secretly making plans. If the inscription formation can really be used on human martial artists and achieve the effect of winning with numbers and defeating the strong with the weak, perhaps I can consider establishing a force. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. As he thought about it, his eyes gleamed brightly. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to envision himself leading tens of thousands of void transformation stage martial artists everywhere. Even a martial monarch powerhouse would have to retreat. Just the thought of such a scene made his blood boil. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Not long after Duan Lingtian put away the strange stone platform, a series of loud noises resonated and entered his ears clearly. At the same time, the ceiling above his head opened, and the path to the 3rd level of Qingfeng Palace appeared before his eyes. There's still no movement in the other 2 long corridors. It seems like the 2 of them can't make it here. Duan Lingtian rose into the air. When he left the 2nd level of Qingfeng Palace, he purposely glanced at the other 2 long corridors other than the one he came from. It was quiet there, and he could not hear any movement at all. It was apparent that the 2 young powerhouses did not have the ability to make it through the long corridors filled with wooden figures. To think that I was worried that someone would beat me to it and obtain this copper key and the opportunity to go to the 3rd level of Qingfeng Palace. It seems like I was overthinking. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the crescent-shaped copper key in his hand. His tone was filled with emotion. A moment later, he left the second level of Qingfeng Palace and appeared on the third level of Qingfeng Palace. Rumble, rumble, rumble. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the third level of Qingfeng Palace, the ceiling of the second level of Qingfeng Palace closed again with a loud noise as though it was preventing someone from coming up again. Young man, congratulations on coming to the third level of Qingfeng Palace. Once you pass the test on the third level of Qingfeng Palace, you'll obtain a silver key. When Duan Lingtian realized that he had activated the polyphony formation again, Qingfeng Emperor Wu's voice entered his ears in a timely manner. Silver key? Upon hearing Qingfeng Emperor Wu's words, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. First, it's the copper key, and now it's the silver key. I wonder if there's a gold key? However, Duan Lingtian also knew that he had no choice but to follow Qingfeng Emperor Wu's instructions. Unless he did not want to obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body. While Duan Lingtian was making his way up level by level in Qingfeng Palace, the situation of the other people in Qingfeng Palace was similar. Naturally, most of them were eliminated on the first, second, and third level of Qingfeng Palace. The test on the third level was undoubtedly much more difficult than the test on the second level. In addition to having to pass a specific test, one would have to risk one's life to fight in the end. Only the person who remained would obtain the silver key and successfully advance to the next level. In a spacious hall on the third level of Qingfeng Palace, 3 figures stood facing each other in a corner. The smell of gunpowder was extremely strong, as though they were ready to attack each other at any time. Among the 3 of them, there was a young woman with a beautiful appearance. The young woman in red had a face that could topple a country. She stood there like a delicate fire elf, attracting everyone's attention.
Kill.
Suddenly, one of the young men shouted. The origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and his concept followed like a shadow as it merged with the spirit weapon in his hand. He immediately pounced toward the red-clad woman and released the energy from the spirit weapon in his hand. In his opinion, including him, the red-clad woman, who looked like she was in her early 20s, was definitely the weakest among the 3 people present. She was the easiest target. In order to fight the last person without holding back, he decided to eliminate the red-clad woman first. The woman's appearance made him drool, but he was not in the mood to do so. I'm determined to get the silver key. The young man's eyes shone brightly, and his face was filled with confidence. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred above his head and condensed into a heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of about 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were formed.
Whoosh.
The other young man seemed to have discussed it with the former. When the former pounced toward the red-clad woman, he pounced as well. About 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons also appeared above his head and pounced toward the red-clad woman aggressively.
Whoosh.
Faced with the 2 people's attacks, the woman stood still on the spot. Her red dress fluttered. In this windless environment, the woman's red dress fluttered loudly due to the airwaves and strong wind caused by the air explosion caused by the 2 young men's attacks.
Die.
The 2 young men were from Izumo sect and North Nether sect respectively. The Izumo sect's disciple who attacked later looked at the red-clad woman with extreme ferocity and ruthlessness. Among the people from Izumo sect who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, only he and another person were left before they entered Qingfeng Palace. The 2 most outstanding young powerhouses in Izumo sect were killed by the same person. The murderer was none other than Duan Lingtian. A young powerhouse from a small third-rate force caused fear to rise from the bottom of his heart. Before the red-clad woman in front of him entered Qingfeng Palace, he had already discovered that she had a close relationship with Duan Lingtian. This was one of the reasons why he attacked her. The red-clad woman was none other than Feng Tianwu. Ever since Feng Tianwu separated from Duan Lingtian, she had gone all the way from the first level to the third level of Qingfeng Palace and passed the test. After passing the test, Emperor Wu's message clearly entered her ears. At this time, She found out that the third level of Qingfeng Palace required 2 people to sacrifice their lives in order to open the entrance to the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace. Faced with the attacks from the left and right, Feng Tianwu remained calm. Her expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. Feng Tianwu still did not make any move until the 2 of them were close to her.
Boom.
However, a monstrous flame rose from Feng Tianwu's body. It caused the heaven and earth energy in the air to stir before it finally gathered to form a clear heaven and earth phenomenon. 1,000 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes meandered down. They were lifelike. S9th level advance, fire concept. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.